Hello and welcome back to the Baka Gaijin show. I'm your lovable rascal of a host, Zeke Freak, and with me, as always, is my Instagram famous co-host, Kevin Fultner.
Boy, I don't wish, but boy, it would be nice. It would sure be nice.
Yep, you could take a photo of some Dollar Tree taquitos and be like, "Living hard or hardly living," and your followers would be like, "Oh, he's such a poet." Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice to? Wouldn't it be nice to have a nice quiet area to record in?
It would be so nice.
Yeah.
Jen,
but better than that,
down just a bit.
Wouldn't better than that? Wouldn't it be nice to have that kind of instant and unwarranted self-validation right at your fingertips?
It would. It would.
Instagram stars could just do anything. They can be like, "Man, I just took the fattest shit," and everyone would be like, "Oh my god, that is so you."
Such a poet.
He's a poet and he doesn't even know it.
Such a way with words.
Yep. You could photograph yourself about to eat food and then not eat the food.
It's my dream.
Yeah. You could be Queen Thought. Thoughtopia. That's what I hate about Instagram culture.
I shall be Thoticus Prime.
You know, it's all about going up to a fucking taco stand and being like, "Look, I'm gonna get a free taco because I'm famous." You'll get promotion, and then you get your free taco. You coerce them into a free taco, and then you hold the taco up to your mouth like you're about to eat it, and then you just throw it away. I hate these people.
No.
I hate these. No. I hate these people.
You get free food.
Yep.
And then you don't eat the free food. What is wrong with you? You are everything that is wrong with society.
Yep.
Okay, maybe not everything, but like the majority of what's wrong with society.
You're a product of our vapid consumerist culture.
Dog just whimper.
But man, it's easy to blame you specifically. Anyway, none of that bullshit on the Baka Gaijin show. We keep it real. We keep it real. We don't shave our chest hair. We're not ashamed. Okay? That's the kind of show this is.
Bruh, I'm so blonde and so white I won't even see my own chest hairs. It's that bad.
Yeah, exactly. I can't even tell you're a person sometimes. You're just a mound of hair.
With bad teeth.
Yeah, I'd be like, "Oh shit, who let this oversized raccoon into my house?" Oh wait, no, it's just you.
It's me. It's me.
Yep. I mean, the way you act sometimes, it might as well be. You're just like, "Oh my hair grew like 0.5 inches. I really need a haircut."
I just skitter on it and like food.
I need Dollar Tree taquitos.
That's the sound you make.
He's just doing an impression of me. It's impeccable.
I know. It's amazing. Everyone should hire me to do vocal performances, but only as Kevin. Yep. Please do a flawless impression of your co-host, Kevin. Okay. Perfect. Glorious. Amazing. Sorry it's been a while. I was a sick boy.
And I was a busy man.
Yeah.
I was helping.
Yep.
In my house.
He's a big helper. And I had a frustrating head cold that kept me from doing much at all.
Maxwell, hush. I don't know why my dog is whimpering and crying, but he better stop.
I know, or it's back to the gulags with him.
Maxwell,
I was
lay
gonna
down.
say cage, but then I thought that's not edgy enough. I need to make it edgier.
Perfect.
Yep, your dog's
Maybe
now
a
in
little too
forced
edgy,
labor.
I don't know.
No, I mean, forced dog labor is really in with nomadic tribes.
I guess? I don't know.
And the Russians?
David, you let me look out, please.
Somebody's got to get that medicine across the tundra to the village, you know. Did Balto take place in Russia? Is that Balto? Am I thinking of Balto?
You might be thinking of Balto.
Am I either thinking of Balto or Yellowfang? Is it called Yellowfang?
Not Balto. I don't
Or
fucking
Yellowfang.
know. You think I know these fucking dogs?
Yes, you're familiar with all the Arctic dog lore. I mean, not that Arctic dogs, but like, you know, all those novels about dogs that are Arctic in nature. but not the movie. You know what I mean? You know what I mean.
So what you been up to?
Not that, I can tell you that much. I've been up to playing some video. Recently beat A Hat in Time. Just yesterday I beat Ori and the Blind Forest.
Nice.
It was nice. Today I deleted A Hat in Time because they're probably gonna take another 8 months with their next DLC if they're even making more. I don't even know.
It's gonna be a big boy.
Yeah, fucking at me. Grinding Gear Games, was it?
Gears for breakfast.
Right. No, Grinding Gear does Path of Exile. They're also really slow. So whatever.
Max.
No. Just last night and today I've been playing. I deleted that because it's a big chonky boy on Switch. Can't have it hoarding all that space.
Isn't it like 18 gigabytes or something on Switch?
Yeah, something like that. Some kind of crazy chonky number. Redonkulous is that. I guess just, can't... What engine is that? That's on Unreal 3, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Unreal 3.
Yeah, I guess they have trouble, like, compressing it or something.
I guess, like...
Or optimizing assets or whatever.
The thing is, Gears for Breakfast handled the porting of A Hat in Time in-house.
Yeah.
Which, good on them. Like, they did a good job considering their small team.
Yep.
But
of 5 teenagers and a talking dog.
Probably not that, but
talking dog can't really code. Doesn't have thumbs.
Ruh-roh.
That is an adorable image, though.
It is. Someone should draw that.
I'm making a game.
But at the very least, like, they got it running. Like
Yeah.
it runs pretty okay.
Pretty well.
I wish the resolution were higher.
Yeah.
But like all things considered, it's not too bad. I'm looking.
It's 720 in handheld, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's 720 in handheld. I think it's only 900 in docked though.
I thought it was like 700 docked with like dynamic whatever.
Right.
But yeah. I'm actually gonna get that game probably next month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dopalicious. It's pretty radical.
I figured, good as good a time as any. That's the fucking one. That's how you fucking say that.
Yeah. Is there ever a bad time for A Hat in Time? No, because you can control time, so you can just make it not so. Duh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say last night and then today I've been playing what I uninstalled it for, which is Darksiders on Switch. Been playing Darksiders again.
Pretty ballin' port.
Yeah, it's really something. It doesn't look any worse. It doesn't look any worse than what I remember the PS3 version looking like, and it runs, I think, better. So,
yeah,
less frame tearing anyway.
Yeah, from what I understand, the quality mode is a locked 30 FPS.
Yeah, it is.
And performance mode is a nearly locked 60 FPS.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, like with some minor drops, but like it's pretty much just 60 FPS.
I'll have to see what the visual difference between those two is because it's on quality mode by default.
Yeah, I think it's mostly a resolution drop.
Right.
Like it just keeps the same visual details. They just drop resolution.
Yeah, we'll see. It's just it's kind of blowing my fucking mind because the first Darksiders was one of the first games I got into on PS3 way back when. That fucking shimmering ass holographic cover art really drew me in. I was like, what the fuck is this? That's some ballsy shit putting fucking hypno lights on your box. Let's see if that pays off. And it paid off. This game's pretty dope. Love that series. But just like having that exact experience, not only uncompromised but potentially better in a handheld, is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, that's one of the biggest strengths about Nintendo Switch is having some pretty impressive, games that were pushing hardware really far last generation, and even some fairly demanding games this generation, you can play that on a handheld now. Admittedly, for the modern generation games, there are some downgrades and whatever.
And like a real handheld, not a fucking $1,300 Razer tablet that you gotta buy a fucking control stick accessory for and just slap them on the side and put it on your waist so it'll burn a hole in your pants. It's not that bullshit.
Like, I can play Witcher 3 while I shit. That's amazing.
It's incredible. Technology has gone a long way. Wouldn't it be? I'm just thinking. Wouldn't it be funny? I'm thinking about Dr. Stone. I'm thinking, wouldn't it be funny if Senku's goal wasn't to get to space, but to get back to the point where you could play Witcher 3 on the toilet?
Just
finally,
a real high point of humanity.
Yeah, a motivation we can all get behind. Space. Who the fuck cares about space? It's boring. There's nothing there. Now playing Witcher 3 on the toilet. That's some high IQ shit.
Yeah, it's big brain time.
Yeah. I have never brought a Switch into the bathroom.
For me, I don't think I've touched my Switch, like actually powered on a game for very long. Very much at all this month. I did buy a couple of games, but I mentioned that in our last podcast.
Yeah.
But like I've barely been able to play them.
Show it some love. Just fucking run your fingers through its silky knot hair and be like, "Baby, you're my forever girl." Whatever bullshit people say. I don't know. I don't interact with humans very often.
I did get a couple of things on from my I ordered online.
Yeah.
So like at the beginning of the month, I ordered a bunch of shit. Transformers Victory and an XLR cable.
Also a literal pile of manure. How's that been going for you? That really fertilize your crops?
Oh man, it's just a massive pile of shit, dude.
Yep. It's what plants crave.
I heard that was electrolytes.
Yeah, but I didn't. You bought a pile of manure. You did not buy a box of Gatorade. So what are you gonna do?
Try Power Thirst. So I'm actually waiting on delivery today, which has like Power Rangers SPD, the complete series.
Yeah.
And, another less shitty.
Yeah. Sexual predator defense.
I was about to say a shittier pair of earbuds, and I'm like, why would I spend money on a shittier pair of earbuds?
Yeah.
I actually only did this to get the earbuds, but I was like, with how Amazon works,
yeah,
you pay $11 for the earbuds, and then they charge you tax, and then they charge you a shitload of money for shipping it, and then it's like, well, it's going to be $20 anyway, like $25 anyway. Why don't I just get free shipping and add a couple of things?
Right.
So I got Power Rangers SPD and a book, a novel, like normal ass novel, Transformers Exodus.
Oh.
It's a semi kind of adaptation of War for Cybertron. It covers a lot of the same ground, like the same sort of time frame on Cybertron, but a lot of the specifics are very, very different. And I'm interested in, and I'm fascinated to read it because, me, massive Transformers nut, y'all know.
Reminds me of the fucking, there's usually like accompanying like Assassin's Creed novels that are like pseudo adaptations, but then like they kind of just let the author do whatever. So sometimes they'll go into a lot more detail about certain things, and like it's like debatably canon, but like it's fun to read.
That's something I find very interesting about it's something I really like about novelizations, because it serves like three different purposes. One, experiencing the story in a different medium.
Yeah.
Expanding on the story in ways that you can't really do through a visual medium. because you can't really stop in the middle of everything in a movie and just be like, Megatron stopped there and thought about his mother or something. I don't know, but
Mamatron, no.
like, you can't just have characters stop in the middle of everything and have a narrator, narrate their thoughts and feelings throughout the entire situation. Like, exploring that.
Unless you do it for comedy and you're the Emperor's New Groove, and then you can just do it whenever.
Yeah. But, like, exploring things through, like, novel prose is actually a really cool way of, expanding on the source material. And also, it's just a way for authors to kind of take their own spin on some things. I actually want to read the novelization of Transformers Dark of the Moon, because apparently that one was written by a pretty well-regarded comic book and Star Trek novel author.
Yeah.
Like, I was just kind of looking into it the other day, and I'm like, oh, he's written things that people actually like, compared to fucking Alan Dean Foster over here.
Yeah. Novelizations are it's a weird thing that people do, when you think about it.
Yeah.
But like I'm not even sure like how that came about or why people do that. I remember when I was young, I had there were like probably different versions, but I had like the main novelizations of all the Star Wars movies at the time.
So like the Revenge of the Sith novelization or whatever?
Yeah.
Nice.
I remember reading those a lot.
The Revenge of the Sith novel is like generally considered better than the movie.
Yeah. I think the only one I might still have is the Phantom Menace one. Somewhere around here. But yeah, it's always like a weird thing where it's like the book version and you're like, did anyone specifically ask for this? Or like I don't know, it's just, you know what I mean? It's a weird thing.
My library actually has the novelization of The Last Jedi, and I'm kind of toying with the idea of reading it.
I'm kind of toying with the idea of throwing it in a trash bin.
Well, I'm like, if The Last Jedi had decent ideas and really shit execution, maybe the book did it a bit better.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we can have better expansion on things.
Probably not.
Probably not.
There's so yeah, speaking of Darksiders and novels, there's like 2 Darksiders books I hear are really good. I should read at some point. Yeah, I don't think either are novelizations. I think like look that up. One's called The Abomination Vault. It came out around the time 2 came out. And yeah, it says ages before the events of Darksiders 1 and 2. Yeah. And then there's some other book that apparently came up more recently that I'm not as familiar with. Yeah, I know that The Abomination Vault is supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah, I'm seeing The Abomination Vault and Death's Door.
Death's Door is a comic run.
Ah, okay.
That may or may not be an adaptation. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah. The chronology is important because if you don't know, the whole thing with the Darksiders games that they all take place more or less at around the same time, showing what the 4 horsemen are up to during this event. There's a little bit of shifting. Like I think Darksiders 2 starts like slightly before the first game takes place, mostly during it, and then ends slightly after it. Like so there's some shifting around, but like oh yeah, there's a novel called 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. That was in 2014, actually.
Oh, okay. Cool.
How did I not hear about this one? All I ever heard about is the Abomination Vault. Whatever. Just an aside. An aside.
So, did we get any emails for questions or whatever?
Oh wait. Yeah. I forgot to check. I'll check now. What if on my phone? What the fuck? Oh, wait, there it is. It's very dark in here.
Okay. Hey, if you have any questions, I'll completely forget to check them before the fucking show.
I mean, how often do we get questions, really?
True.
Don't blame us. It's you guys' fault. No, I'm not seeing anything.
Well, interestingly, Cubey the Third does have a question. He tried to send it via email, but apparently the email was being a bitch on his end.
Right.
He says, "Hey, all, glad you're back and doing well. So anyway, a question mainly for Zeke. As usual.
Yeah.
I know it's mostly a dead topic now, but how do you feel about Blizzard after the Blitzchung thing? I ask because I know you're a fan of Blizzard's output. Oh yeah, Otaku Midnight is returning soon. That's all. Later, bitches."
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Cube. Yeah, the Blitzchung situation got blown way out of hand, I feel, and I think people were really hasty to blame the wrong parties.
Yeah.
Because like on the surface, I get it. Corporation bad. No, trust me, nobody understands corporation bad more than me. But I feel like number one, they weren't quite understanding the context. Number two, they weren't quite when they're calling for like boycotts and shit. They're not really understanding the implications of their actions. Because that was the big problem I was having at the time, was that people were like #boycott Blizzard. I'm like, you do realize that boycotting in this case, it doesn't work because all you're doing is harming all of the innocent artists and programmers and creators that work there.
Yeah, I got something to say about boycotts later in the show, but
yeah, but like it doesn't hurt, because here's the thing, I feel like in the midst of heated anger, people forget that Blizzard is not a person. Blizzard is a company that has over 2,000 employees. Very, very few of them probably agree with the decision that was made.
Yeah. From what I understand, shortly after that happened, there was actually a mass walkout of Blizzard employees.
Yeah.
So yeah, that kind of shows they weren't happy with this either. So
yeah, even Jeff Kaplan, who people forget is actually vice president. I even forget that sometimes because he's mostly just known as the head of the Overwatch team.
Yeah.
Even he was like, I think we did the wrong thing there. But like the people who makes those decisions at the very top, and I'm not even talking like Jalen Brack, I'm talking like above him. I think these decisions were either made hastily by the Chinese agencies that they work with.
Yeah, it's mostly like larger agencies and shareholders that do this sort of shit.
Yeah, because that's the other thing that even Jalen Brack, president of Blizzard, said, is that people need to understand we don't get to publish our own games in China. We have to work with agencies and committees that do that for us. So when you're talking about shit that happens on the Chinese side of things, that's it's I'm not going to say there's no relation, but it's like it's a different department.
Yeah.
Like it's not them. But again, the bigger issue is that the people who make these decisions, they're either part of those foreign agencies, in which case that's the government's influence. That's the Chinese government's influence. And yeah, that sucks. But what are you going to do about it? Yeah, or it comes from super high up. I'm talking like Activision CEO board, Bobby Kotick and his entourage. In which case we're getting mad at the wrong people.
The thing with boycotting is it's very easy to just call for one.
Yeah.
It's very easy to just make a call for arms and be like, corporation bad, boycott.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people, when they try and do that sort of thing, they don't think through a lot of the implications, or they just try to ignore it, or they try to spin it in a way that's beneficial for them, when in reality they're more so hurting people more than helping a bad situation.
Yeah.
And I think it's very important that when stuff like this happens, you need to pull back, kind of distance yourself emotionally from the situation, and kind of look at things very subjectively, balance facts, and try to come to a conclusion of what would really a boycott solve if anything, because sometimes a boycott ain't going to do a lot of shit, and if anything, a boycott might make things worse.
Yeah.
I might as well mention it now. A good example is very, very recently, the Sonic the Hedgehog movie came under fire because Paramount and Technicolor shut down the production studio that was one of the main people responsible for redesigning and remodeling Sonic the Hedgehog for the movie. And a lot of those people were laid off, and it turns out that, like, for the past 2 years running, and for years stretching back even further than that, the people working on the Sonic movie were pulling, like, really long hours and, you know, having to work days off. Basically crunch, you know, the proverbial crunch was prevalent at that studio for a very long time, and it just kind of caught up to them, and they got and you know, Technicolor gave them the axe. And a lot of people immediately jumped to boycott the Sonic movie because they felt, you know, this is the movie that, you know, helped to contribute to this problem. But the problem is, when you get right down to it, boycotting the Sonic movie, what does that really do for the people who are already fired? You have to understand, these people are already out the door. What is this going to do for them? The way I see it, if you boycott the movie, that tells Paramount listening to the fans and trying to course correct the movie was a bad idea because it would have failed anyway, or maybe it would have done even better if we had just done our own thing. So they're not going to listen to us anymore. And on top of that, the people who were responsible for the redesign, aka the people who were already fired, are going to have that on their resume. And, you know, a lot of other studios, if they're trying to find new work, they're just going to look at this massive bomb of a film of our own doing and be like, well, I'm not sure if I want to hire you for this. You know, I mean, you did do the Sonic movie redesign, and that didn't do well. Oh, no. Like,
and the other thing is just that, like,
the thing to understand. One moment. The thing to understand is that people like Paramount and Technicolor they are not under any obligation to listen to us, and if they ever feel like they are listening, that listening to us would be beneficial, it is only to a point where it is beneficial to them on a personal level. The moment it becomes inconvenient for them, or when it becomes, you know, no large corporation wants to admit they're wrong. Disney doesn't want to admit this. Fox never wanted to admit it. Sony doesn't want to admit it. Sometimes Nintendo doesn't even want to admit it. And, you know, that's not, and, you know, that's just an endemic thing. And it doesn't really matter how loud we are on social media about why we're boycotting. Paramount can look at it however they want, because they can just ignore us. And they can write it off however they please in their internal systems.
And I'm just like, no matter how stressful and overworked they may have been when creating it, it's still their art, you know. And what you're doing by saying I'm not going to support that is what you're really saying is that, like, it's almost an insult to the art itself in a way.
Exactly.
That's all the work that maybe they shouldn't have had to have put as much into it as they did, in as short a time span as they did, but they still did it. I'm sure they're still proud of the work they did, you know.
Absolutely.
And it's like, you know,
what are you really doing?
Don't deprive yourself of things that you might enjoy because of problematic back-end business. Because I'm gonna tell you something. It's that you're too small to make a difference. And you know, you and the 10,000 people on Twitter are too small to make a significant difference. You know, it's so easy to think to yourself, well, if they don't make money, then, you know, that proves them wrong. But it's like, that's not how it really works. You need to have a massive deficit in funds before, like, that kind of message gets through. And that's not a practical thing to organize. And even if it was, it's like the way, top level executives work, the people who make these decisions, they just go somewhere else. They just leave and go to some other startup. Have a shitload of money. Even if you don't go anywhere else, you already have a shitload of money. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
And like, I know that sounds really defeatist and not the kind of social progressivism people want to hear. But that's just reality, is that, you and the Twitter mob are not going to make a difference in this. If you really want to make a difference, I hate to sound like one of those shills, but don't vote with your wallets. Actually fucking vote.
Yeah, no.
Vote for representatives that, are anti-trust funds and anti-monopolies. And we'll break this kind of shit apart,
What we really need for people like the Sonic team, that redesigned Sonic that got fired, what we really need to do is we need a union.
Yeah.
We need a union for these people so they don't get, mistreated like this.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. So, like, don't rush to the obvious quote unquote solution of just like attacking the company. You gotta think longer term than that. You've gotta play the game right. You're not optimizing your strategy correctly. You gotta, so, look around, get the people that support what you want in offices, make that legislation, change the way business works, because if business works the same exact way and you're just hammering on the door, they can just ignore you. It's like, yeah, I feel like I made my point.
Yeah, no, yeah. You made the point, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's really the point I'm trying to get across here is, boycotts are easy to do, but what are you really doing that's beneficial here?
Yeah, and back to the Blizzard thing. Even Blitzchung himself thought it got way out of hand, and this is before they said they were giving him the money back. Even he thought this shit was getting directed at the wrong places. But of course, a lot of people didn't listen to him. What does the victim know? Because at a certain point. And this is the other thing I hate about boycotts, just real quick, is that the self-righteousness machine, once it gets like powered on and going, like it just ignores all evidence to the contrary. Like the victim himself got up and was like, look, I'm not even that mad anymore. This has gotten out of hand. You guys are blaming the wrong people. And like this the boycott brigade is just like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. And it's
hush. Let us be offended for you.
Yep. No, mommy and daddy are talking. That kind of shit. Knock that shit off.
Yeah.
When it comes to a point of, this is what I hate about SJWs in general, is that it's less about doing good and more about being seen as good, and that's kind of a very insidious thing for a person to be. But anyway. My mouth is weirdly dry.
Same.
My mouth can't be dry yet. It's only the first segment. Anyway, back to video games. I've also been playing a little bit of Overwatch because it's the winter event.
Ooh,
so
nice.
Getting those dank rewards. Getting Soldier 76's ugly, not ugly sweater.
Ugly, not ugly.
Yeah, I posted that on Discord. That is the least ugly Christmas sweater I've ever seen.
It's actually kind of nice. Like they figured out a good color thing there.
I'd wear that. Not in public, but I'd wear that.
Okay, Jen makes a funny point here. Going back to the Blizzard thing. Why not do what Blizzard fans are doing? Instead of boycotting Overwatch for being against Hong Kong, they're turning one of the Overwatch characters into an icon of Hong Kong support. Why can't we make Movie Sonic into an icon of artist/animator support?
First of all, it was a Hearthstone debacle, but I get the point. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, the thing about that though is that you're kind of preaching to the choir, you know.
Yeah.
You make May into a fucking emblem of, you know, Chinese, of like, you know, Hong Kong rebellion, and I'm sure Jeff Kaplan is looking at that like, yes, that is in character to do. It's like, yeah, I imagine like 98% of the Blizzard team is going to look at that and be like, yep.
You know? Sonic says, unionize your workforce, you fucking assholes.
Oh wow, somebody should. Can we get Roger to fucking, you know, that part in Wreck-It Ralph where he's giving PSAs?
Yes. If you die in your game, you die for real.
Corporations are not your friends.
Oh god, we need that. Yeah. So we'll contact Roger Craig Smith and have him do voice recordings about this.
I think there's a chance. I think he might. It's like, god. Guys, remember when Billy West went on YouTube and read Donald Trump quotes as Zap Brannigan?
Yes.
So funny.
I love it. Oh god, that was like an amazing year and a half.
Yep. You know, some of these voice actors, they're on just the right level of cool. You know, occasionally get your McGlynn's that are kind of going crazy in the corner, but like, you know, most of them, they're on the right level of cool. Although speaking of, we keep going back to it. I want to move on from it, but we keep getting sucked back into it. But like, even before Blitzchung, there were those layoffs a months before, and you know that's just business. That's just like corporate being like, okay, your jobs aren't necessary. You know, no point in getting super mad about that because you know that's just typical business. But like, Jennifer Hale, actress of Ash, was getting like super fucking vitriolic and venomous towards Blizzard on Twitter around that time, and coincidentally, by sheer coincidence, no new Ash voice lines have appeared in the game since then. And we're all just stroking our chins like, what's going on there?
Wonder what happened.
So, yeah, it would not shock me if Ash gets recast and all her voice lines redone, because it doesn't look like Jennifer Hale wants to work with Blizzard anymore.
Yeah, that kind of happens sometimes, you know.
Yeah,
business just doesn't work out the way you want it to.
Yeah.
And, you know, an actor or a creative head doesn't want to work with a company anymore, and they just have to, you know, cut their losses and move on. Sometimes
you just got to give Sam Witwicky a new love interest,
or bring back Frank Welker as Megatron.
Yeah. Man, remember in Dark of the Moon where the one fucking mini robot, I forget his name. He just goes, yeah, what's her face? Yeah, she sucked.
Yeah, Wheelie.
Yeah, Wheelie.
Gosh. The only reason I know that is because they managed to take a character named Wheelie and make him even more annoying. You took a kid robot that spoke in rhyme, and you somehow made a character more annoying than that. How did you do that?
I mean, fucking, I guess he was better than Skids and Mudflap or whatever they were called.
I'm reminded of how Reno Wilson heard the backlash about that, and he was shocked that he was apparently offensive to his own race.
What?
Because it's like, this is such an offensive caricature of a black person, and Reno Wilson's over here like, I voiced him! I'm offensive to me?
Excuse me? You calling me self-racist?
It's so good. Oh my god.
That's either... I'm not sure who's tone deaf in that situation, but that's an amazing miscommunication.
It's fucking hilarious either way.
That is funny.
But I was gonna mention, like, the only reason Hugo Weaving stopped doing the voice of Megatron is because he hated doing the role.
Yeah.
It's just like, there's nothing for me to do here. It's just a boring role where I'm doing an angry, growling character. There's no depth. I don't like Michael Bay.
I mean, to be fair, in that interpretation of Megatron, he's kind of right.
He's completely right. So it's like, well, shit. Hey, Frank, what you doing tonight?
Why didn't we just have Frank from the beginning?
He seriously, like, the version of Megatron...
Not that I hate Hugo's performance, it's fine. It's just, like, the fuck?
Yeah, like, the thing with Megatron is, like, the reason they didn't cast him in the first place back in 2007 is because, you know, Michael Bay was like, oh, well, if you're gonna do Megatron, you're gonna have to do your iconic voice, but your iconic voice doesn't work for the character that we're doing, so we're gonna get somebody else. But the thing is, you already cast Peter Cullen as Optimus Prime and told him to do his G1 voice, but ridiculously deeper. So, like, you're already changing the voices, so why the fuck does consistency even matter to you? And then, like, freaking 4 years later, Transformers Prime comes out, Frank Welker's doing Megatron again, and guess what? He sounds like fucking Hugo Weaving!
So what Bay's argument was that, like, his G1 voice doesn't fit the design they had in the movie?
Yeah.
I can kind of see that, but like...
Yeah, I can agree, but at the same time, it's just, you're changing voices already, why not have... And the stupidest, and even stupider, they just got Frank Welker to do him for the games.
Yeah. Also, it's Frank Welker. He can do whatever you want him to.
Exactly.
Man's magic. He's done the same fucking Fred voice for 60 years.
It's the weird thing with Fred is that, like, Fred is literally just Frank Welker's regular speaking voice.
But it's amazing that it has not changed in over half a decade.
It is. Especially considering he's been doing, like, these deep, raspy, growling characters and fucking Abu from Aladdin over here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, every week gotta fucking record for Abu. Why is that a big deal?
It's just, like... There are, like, 2 actors in...
Hold on,
like...
I'm being told there's single women in my area. Nope.
That was worth interrupting me for, thank you. Single women, oh god.
Oh, damn, are they hot? Hot single women in here. Oh, shit, finally!
After all these years.
Oh, it's a good thing you told me that. I don't go outside.
Fuck, what was that? Oh, yeah. There are, like, 2 actors in Western voice acting that it's like, you can get them in the booth and they can do almost anything short of actual women.
Yeah.
And that's Frank Welker and Jim Cummings.
I was gonna say Frank Welker and D. Bradley Baker.
Okay, 3 people. Oh, right, Craig Ferguson. 4 people.
God damn it. So many talented people.
Seriously. Shit, I forgot Troy Baker. 5 people.
I don't know if Troy Baker can do anything you tell him to do.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. They told him to do Valvatore's again, and he said no. Okay, he didn't say no, but I'm still angry about it.
It unions. Eh.
Yeah, that was in a time where, like, they didn't even bother asking, and I was just like...
But then they got replaced for fucking Tales of whatever the fuck, and he's like...
Vesperia, yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, why didn't you...
I would have done it! Should have called me on the phone.
Oops.
It's so fucking funny. Because it was just like, I kept waiting for the call, and they never called me.
Yep. And the developers over at Namco are like, oh, shit.
And they just fucking throw something at Grant George, be like, what the fuck were you doing here? You ruined everything. That version of the game is so weird because, like, it switches between Troy and Grant, because the new lines are all Grant and then the old lines stayed in as Troy. It's the weirdest fucking thing.
It's especially weird because it's, like, sometimes within the exact same scene.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, even just from a pure making something standpoint, it's like, why did you think that sounded good? Like I get it when it's like a whole new thing, like in the Vita version of Disgaea 4, there's a new campaign where Velvetores has some lines in, and they're done by Matt Mercer and not Troy Baker. But like that's its own thing. They didn't like it wasn't like Tales of Vesperia where like the new lines were like interspersed throughout the entire game, and you're constantly switching back and forth between voices.
It's just kind of disappointing. It's kind of disappointing that like for years nobody called nobody called Troy Baker because
everybody was calling Matt Mercer.
And then Matt Mercer is like, stop calling me to replace Troy.
Yep.
Because like both him and Troy got sick of it.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, we can't do that for either of you now, so we're just gonna call him Grant George.
Yeah.
And then Troy Baker learns of this, and it's like, why didn't you call me? And it's like, you don't want anybody to call you anymore.
This is the shittiest fucking game of telephone I've ever heard of.
It really is. It's really.
You're all a bunch of fucking preteen girls. Just fucking call each other. Jesus Christ. Look, all you fucking actors and all you fucking companies, just make a Discord server. Just stay in touch. Jesus Christ.
We need that.
Oh my god, is there a secret voice actor Discord server? That
Sounds
like a fun place. That sounds like a fun place.
I want to be there.
Yeah, I know, right?
Just walk in, hey Kyle Bear, how you doing?
It's like the virtual version of spritzing champagne with the upper class, you know.
I haven't been doing anything else. How about you?
Hey, it's Nick from the future here, editing the episode right now. There's about 3 to 4 minutes of dropped call bullshit happening here, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut that all out. I hope you enjoy the rest of the program. Past me is going to start singing obnoxiously in about 3, 2, 1.
And we're talking even more than we're talking before.
You know what? I'll just listen back to it when you actually post the episode. We're not doing that again.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Good.
Okay. I might cut that part out. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll fix it in post. Once again, we'll fix it in post. I think that's about going to do it for the first segment.
All right.
Yeah. So stay tuned for the second segment. I gotta do the thing. All right. We'll see you in the next segment. You're listening to the Baka Gaijin Show. Hello, and welcome back to the Baka Gaijin Show, the chillest podcast on the entire goddamn internet. You know who we are. We're not going to introduce ourselves again. That would be stupid. Our main topic today is ReZero, which we neither of us had watched until recently.
Yeah.
And now we're like, what were we thinking? Should have done that years ago.
Yeah, no, like, Zeke, what was your, like, why did you start watching ReZero in the first place?
I felt like it.
It was just like kind of just on there, and you're like, "Hey,
it was on the list."
I need something passive to watch in an English dub form, so I think I'll do this.
Well, now, like, I didn't even know they had the dub until I looked. But no, I just always meant to get around to it, and then I did.
Yeah.
It was a while ago for me though. It was I think in August.
Yeah, something like that. Not too long ago though.
Yeah, which is why I'm kind of on Kevin, who just finished it a little while ago, to kind of spearhead the discussion, as it were, because you know I've some details have fallen out of my brain. I forgot what the fucking country was called.
Can't even remember the fucking country of Lagunica. Shaking my damn head.
Don't remember Lagunica. The fuck. Just go fucking kill yourself.
Yeah, back in like August or September or whatever, this guy went and watched the show.
Yeah.
And you know, he had nothing but glowing praise for it.
Yeah.
So of course he recommended it to me.
Like people been new about this show, but like I didn't been new, you know. I almost thought it might have been overhyped, but then I saw it and I was like, I think I was undersold on it, honestly.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, yeah. I certainly got that impression.
To be fair, though, it's been 4 years. Like the explosion surrounding ReZero kind of died down after a little while, so that might just be our memory of it.
Yeah. So Zeke over here was like, you know, when you get the chance, because at the time I was not in a great situation. I'm not in a great situation now, come to think of it. But I have more free time.
Yeah.
I can actually watch shit again.
Yeah.
You know, semi-regularly.
Yeah.
And last year was bad. So, you know, over the last, like, couple of weeks, I think I just sat down for a week and watched all of ReZero.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta say, really fucking good show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the other thing that was I went through it like really quickly because I blew through like the first 14 episodes in one day, and then like you know then I took like a week off because I had seasonal stuff to keep up with, but then the next free day I watched the rest of it.
Yeah, like I kind of spread it out more because you know I wanted to kind of I could have watched more episodes at a time, but I wanted to let each episode kind of sit for a bit.
Yeah.
So I can like kind of think, you know, just kind of stew on it and then go back in fresh for the next batch of episodes.
Yeah.
Because one thing I will say about ReZero, it's a very emotional show.
Yeah.
I will say that. The show gets really good.
Yeah.
But you know, we'll come to the exact moments when we, you know, come to them.
Yeah. We watched the I don't know why, but for some reason Crunchyroll has the dub on there.
I think it's because they actually co-produced the dub.
Possibly. But like that's what I watched just because why not? And then Kevin was not gonna do that, and then I told them you should do that for consistency's sake.
And you know what? I'm actually glad you did because it's a freaking great dub.
Yeah.
It's one of the best dubs I've heard in a pretty long time. So
yeah, it's really good. But more than that, I just when we talk about a show, I like us to be on the same page. You know, so that you know when I talk about a character or what a character sounds like, we have the same frame of reference for that.
Yeah.
You know, that's a helpful thing in a discussion, I feel.
Yeah, a lot of interesting voice actor overlap with other projects here.
Yeah. I think for the most part we've stuck to that. I think the one time we didn't is I think you watched Excel World in Japanese, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
You know, which I had never done.
Yeah, it's kind of that thing I do. I tend to try and check out the Japanese version first for most shows, and I was like, I didn't really get any kind of indication like I should watch the English dub of Excel World. I'm wishing I did, but
yeah, it's pretty good.
But yeah, I'm glad I went for the dub on this.
Naomi, get the fuck out of my life!
Get out!
Yeah. For me, like, I'm kind of the opposite. If there's a dub that's not reputable to be bad, and it's like it's commonly available, I'll probably watch that over sub if I'm going back to something.
Yeah.
I don't watch as many dubs as I used to because I watch so much shit as it's airing.
Yeah.
And you ain't catching me with a Funimation subscription. You know what I'm saying? You ain't catching me with none of that simuldub crap. You know. But you know, so I watch most things as they air, so I don't watch as many dubs as I used to. But when I'm going back to the archives, as it were,
yeah,
I will usually pick a dub if it is available. You know, I don't have to buy a Blu-ray for it or something, and that it is not reputed to suck.
By the way, that package that I was waiting for that I mentioned earlier in the show,
yeah,
it came.
Oh, with Power Rangers Sexual Predator Defense?
I'm sorry, what?
I said Power Rangers Sexual Predator Defense.
That's not what SPD stands for.
Oh.
But yeah,
Super-powered dinosaurs.
No, that's Dino Charge.
Secret Pencil Dispensary.
That is the lamest possible acronym.
Superstitious Penitentiary Deficit.
Space Patrol Delta, man. Space Patrol Delta.
That's stupid. That'll never sell.
And yet it did.
And yet here we are.
Yeah.
You see somebody animated that Cream interaction?
What?
That thing with Cream where she's like, and yet here we are.
Oh, no, I didn't know someone did that. No.
Yeah, someone that showed up on my YouTube rec, someone animated that.
Oh my god. Fucking link it to me after the show.
If I know where it is.
Alright.
I don't know, man. It's a 4 a.m. rec. Could be anywhere.
Alright, well, since I am apparently leading the discussion,
the spearhead, as it were,
on ReZero, we will begin where all shows begin, on the final episode now. Yeah, imagine us starting on the final episode. It's like, man, the white whale. No.
Oh yeah, full spoilers. Who gives a fuck?
They knew what they were getting into.
Yeah.
So we start off immediately subverting our expectations. Interesting thing about this show. Subaru doesn't die until after he goes into the other world.
Yeah.
He just kind of walks out of a convenience store and he's like, how the fuck did I get here?
Yeah, that was weird. Because usually there's like an impetus, like they get sucked in a portal or they die or like, you know, some other shit. No, he just blinks and he's there.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck that was, like how he managed to, you know, cross dimensions or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But, you know, suddenly he's in Lagunica over here.
Yeah.
Fucking broke-ass boy.
Kind of adds to the cosmic horror, knowing you can just blink and wind up somewhere else.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. But one thing I like about the early episodes is that he has his bag of convenience store food with him, and like that's a plot point.
I do really like that. Like both his convenience store food and especially his cell phone, they both become like major plot points, especially the cell phone throughout the show.
Yeah.
Like that goddamn cell phone just keeps coming up because you can pawn it off as a fucking meteor, like a little magical thing no one knows about.
Yeah. You can take pictures and shit.
It's actually pretty clever how it's utilized in a couple of instances.
Yeah. Some people be like, "Well, why wouldn't the battery run out?" I'm just like, "Shh, stop running your mouth." You know.
I like how the moment he gets transported into this other world, he immediately just is like, okay, so this is a fantasy world. It's got some, some magic elements to it. Cool. There's demi-humans over here. It's got its own. Like, he just starts nerding out about the entire experience.
Yeah. It's a bit weird how, like, nothing about his life is expanded on, at least in the material the anime covers. Like, as soon as he ends up there, like, you don't get anything else on who he is or what was happening in his life. You're just like, he's kind of a nerd, and now he's here. Gets you right into it, but at the same time, it's like, you know.
Yeah, I think they do a good enough job of giving you an idea of who Subaru is through how he reacts to the world.
Yeah.
More so than what he was like before he was transported to Ludonica. I do I think that's a better way of going about it for this show in particular.
I know it's eventually elaborated upon, but for the time being, it's mostly implied.
Yeah, and it's not really important, so you know, it's a good way to kind of streamline the whole experience.
Yeah,
and it does get you into the meat of things faster, which I appreciate. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So,
I don't know. You're having flashbacks to our novelty hour recordings. You there?
You there?
Yeah.
Okay, Amir. Gosh.
Oh, now you're making me miss those college humor sketches.
God. I will.
Back.
Man, friggin', if you don't know what we're talking about, DR2, episode 7, the funniest fucking thing this guy's ever done.
Oh, right. I forget.
But yeah, it's interesting that, like, things start out relatively, you know, about what you would expect from a, you know, your traditional isekai show. Guy comes across a couple of bandits. They try to rob him. He comes across the main character who saves him, and like, you do learn a little bit more about the world. But like, for a good long while, early on in the first episode, which, by the way, first episode, an hour long.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of plays out more or less as your typical, you know, isekai. I keep forgetting that word, isekai.
Isekai. Isekai. The internet won't let you forget it.
But then, I'm sorry, like, I'm trying to reference everything while looking at this goddamn whatever.
Yeah. No, I get it. I liked the hour premiere. Helped to establish the premise better. You know, gave it room to breathe.
Yeah, there's a good chunk of characters that you have to get accustomed to right off the bat. You got to know, of course, you got to understand what world you're in.
Yeah.
Get some mild idea of what the magic systems are.
Yeah.
At the very least, you have to understand how you know, contacting spirits and stuff works.
Yeah.
The spiritual arts. You have to be introduced to Emilia. You have to get introduced to Felt, Old Man Rom. I'm kind of busy, Mom. Please leave me alone.
Your mom.
Okay. Make a note, Zeke. I'll be right back.
All right. And Puck. Of course, Puck. So he's going to be right back. And yeah, so man, that was the wrong time to leave me to fill space because my mind was not on anything important. I really want to talk to him about how good the first ending is, but he's not here. So I'm just going to tell you that the first ending is probably like in my top 5 anime endings of all time. It's really fucking good. And the way it inserts itself to the end of the episode and it builds up. I love when a lot of endings do that, but this one is especially effective, especially since we tend to leave on intense cliffhangers. I'm wiping some dust off my Joy-Con right now. That's not a euphemism. I'm literally I just noticed one of my Joy-Cons was dusty as hell, so I'm Just, cleaning that off. I'd probably cut this out, but probably not going to. Just sit back and enjoy the city pop, Probably going to play some city pop in this episode. What do you think, me?
That sounds like a great idea. You're so handsome and talented.
Thank you, me. You don't have to suck up that hard, though.
I can't help it. You're just so amazing.
Yeah, I know. But, don't make it like a thing, What am I doing? I'm kind of going nuts. There's his dog. I wonder if his dog's gonna die soon. You ever think about that? Probably not. It's depressing. Listening to the sultry tones of one of these singers. I can't predict what song's gonna be playing. It's probably gonna be like Maria Takeuchi or Takako Mamiya or Noriko Miyamoto or some bullshit. One of these fucking women. I'm listening to the music I'm probably going to use in the episode as we record the episode. Give me a feel for the mood. But I can't predict the exact song this section's going to land on. Who knows? It could be Maria Takeuchi's Plastic Love, the definitive city pop song. It's like the one everyone knows. And he's still not back. That's cool. Just sitting here listening to the jams. Getting real close to thinking about cutting this section out. Might not. You're probably skipping through this. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're probably just skipping through it. In which case, if you've been skipping, hi. Don't go King Crimsoning the episode. I just realized that this is the kind of music you'd hear on the pause menu of Dead Rising 2. I always wondered what that music was called, but now I know it's probably city pop. Which I guess makes sense. It takes place in a big shopping mall. Mall. My lips stuck together there. I had some chili for dinner. With Fritos and cheese. It's pretty good. Had a cherry Pepsi with it. It was also pretty good. Wish it wasn't diet, but they can't all be wins. There isn't a huge difference between Pepsi and Diet Pepsi. There's not the difference between Coca-Cola and Diet Coke. That's a huge difference. Diet Coke sucks. Diet Pepsi's okay though. The hierarchy for me, the hierarchy goes Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and that's kind of the hierarchy for me. If I'm looking for a cola, and then I think right between Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi is probably RC Cola and that kind of shit. So the hierarchy would go Diet Coke, RC Cola. Probably both diet and non-diet, and then Diet Pepsi, and then Pepsi, and then Coca-Cola. I'm not gonna throw
back.
Flavor variants. Oh, hi!
Oh my god, did you just keep going?
Yeah. Yeah,
so we could
the entire time.
edit later. Gosh.
Yeah, I contemplated cutting it out, but then I thought, why deprive them of the city punk? City pop. City punk's a different genre.
Okay, well.
So I just kept talking.
Back to ReZero. I don't know why the fuck you were talking about Coke.
I was talking about what I was having for dinner. I had a cherry Pepsi. Why am I repeating myself? They know. They were there.
Well, I will have to listen to it later. Okay, so...
No, you shouldn't.
I will.
You shouldn't.
I will.
It's a bad idea.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay. Just mentally preparing myself.
This will not be a consistent thing, people. I swear to God. You were here for ReZero. You were not here for whatever he's eating for dinner. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. God fucking damn it.
Yeah.
Probably should have told my mom I was doing a podcast, but
Yeah, probably.
she knows now.
Would have been helpful. She knows now. You've imprinted it on her hind leg with a cast iron.
No, what the fuck?
Yeah, like a cow. I've compared her mother to a cow now.
I'm moving on.
That's fair.
Yeah, no.
I was talking earlier. I was mentioning that the first ending is probably one of my favorite endings in anime.
Oh God, yeah. It's fucking fantastic.
Especially the way it builds, like they play a bit of it before the end, the actual ending, building into it.
It's like Roundabout, but slightly less good.
It's like Roundabout, but creepier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roundabout is hype. This one is like, oh no.
Oh no. Yeah, because these episodes so often end on cliffhangers.
I'm trying to get my head back into where I was, and you're not helping.
Sorry.
But yeah, like.
You want to talk about Transformers again?
No, Jen. I told you my sister. What the fuck? See, look what you're doing to me. Look what you're doing to me, man.
You made this happen.
Anyway.
Yes.
First episode.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what the fuck I was saying, you dumbass.
This episode is a clusterfuck. But I kind of love it.
It's been a while since we've had one this bad. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Fuck.
And that's not including the year-long hiatus.
Yeah. And his messy divorce proceedings. You don't even want to get into that.
What the fuck?
I know I said I wouldn't mention it on the show, but I mean, the people deserve to know. I'm not gonna get into the messy details of your divorce, but it really took a toll on him, guys.
Okay, wow. I think we're done with that.
I know, I know what you're thinking. This guy, but yes.
So yeah, I forgot to mention that we're introduced to Felt before we're introduced to Amelia. Look how terrible I am at this.
Yeah. I like.
There's a reason you're the host.
It's true.
I'm your backup. But yeah, things don't progress too poorly, and Subaru dies out of nowhere.
Yep. Yeah, that's what starts the first arc. Which the way I like how the arcs are structured, because they set up both kind of a conflict and a mystery at the same time.
Yeah, something that I really like with ReZero is it utilizes the respawn, or as Subaru puts it, return by death mechanic.
Yeah.
It utilizes the return by death mechanic pretty much as you would like. This is like the weirdest example of putting a video game element into a storyline, because like with a lot of other isekai, like fucking Don Machi or whatever, you have experience points.
That's not isekai, but go on.
Whatever, like you have your experience points, and you have your skill trees, and you have all this other shit, and
yeah, I know. I can't believe he called Danmachi an isekai either. Why do we work with this guy? What were you saying?
Well, okay, mister. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I know. Fucking scrub, right? Very sorry. What were we talking about?
Give me a second.
I
knew it was a mistake the moment I said it. It was just the first thing that came to mind when thinking of like a fantasy world with like obvious RPG. I could have said Log Horizon. I'm a dumb shit.
Yep.
That's an actual isekai. Jeez.
It's also an actual video game.
True, but like, the only video game thing here is that like Subaru respawns, and you know he uses the respawn mechanic the same way someone would probably use like a time loop.
Yeah,
it's basically a time loop.
Yeah, what I like is that like that's like his only, aside from like the burst of smoke thing he has later, and and the fact that later on he kind of weaponizes the fact that he can't tell anyone about Return by Death.
Yeah, because it puts the witch's scent on him.
Yeah, he kind of weaponizes that, but like aside from like those three things and his cell phone, he doesn't really have any like actual like abilities, you know?
Yeah, but early on he's a fucking dumbass.
Yeah.
Which, you know, part and parcel to coming into another world and not knowing that you're, you know, resetting every time you die. But one thing that does kind of irritate me early on is it takes him a while to catch on. I'm respawning after I die.
Yeah.
Like, it takes him just a little bit too long to figure that out to me, because, like, I don't know, it just kind of seems like he's... This doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that it takes him that long.
Like, he should be more savvy than that.
Just a little bit, considering, you know, how he was acting, you know, when he, you know, got dropped in here in the first place.
Yeah.
Because we do learn later, like, he is, when he wants to be, pretty quick on his feet and resourceful.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's just a little bit of a I wouldn't call it a lapse in writing, but it's a little bit of a speed bump that it takes him, like, friggin' 4 deaths to figure out, oh, I'm respawning.
Yeah. It's all, I mean, like, to an extent, it's probably like a reflection of his, of this world not being what he thought it was, you know?
Yeah, and to be fair, his mental state during, like, half the show is, a little on the not okay side.
Yeah. Absolutely, definitely a little bit not okay.
Absolutely. A little bit.
Definitely. A little bit.
Maybe, probably.
Not okay. But yeah, no, I get where you're coming from.
But something that the first couple episodes actually, something that the first couple of episodes help to enforce is how Subaru uses how Subaru uses Return by Death. I'm just gonna call it respawning. Fuck it. How Subaru uses his respawn ability.
Yeah.
To actually, you know, better solve issues and learn more about the people that he's interacting with.
Yeah.
And explore the mysteries around, you know, different things that are happening at any given time.
Yeah.
Like the main mystery right off the bat is who killed me and how.
Yeah.
And how can I stop this person from killing me and Amelia?
Yeah.
Which, you know, fairly standard, but it's a good baseline to jump off from.
Yeah.
And of course, it helps us get a better idea of the power dynamics of the world.
Yeah.
We still don't quite know who that person was, do we?
I think she was a part of the cult or something related to it.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to rewatch episode 1, like, to see if there's any, like, clues there, because I kind of forgot about her until right now. Impressive, considering she's voiced by Tina B.
Yeah, she doesn't show up again.
Hopefully she'll show up in the next season.
Maybe.
But, like, I do like that it establishes the respawn mechanic and how Subaru utilizes it overall. Something that I really like is that character development doesn't reset just because time does.
Yeah.
I
mean, it can, but for him it doesn't.
For him it doesn't. And he utilizes that very much to his advantage.
Yeah.
In trying to solve people's issues and, you know, trying to get closer to Amelia.
Yeah. But yeah, it also disadvantages him sometimes, though, because sometimes he won't act like people think he should in a situation. He'll have like a wildly different priority. because
Yeah.
he's seen ahead. So that can sometimes be a disadvantage.
Yeah, it comes to bite him in the ass in the middle of the show, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
But yeah, early on, we mostly just spend a lot of time learning about just how this world works, and it's, you know, for lack of a better term, it's politics.
Yeah, kind of.
I do find it interesting. What were you gonna say?
I love how I barely made a sound, and you were like, "He's about to start talking." I appreciate that.
You made that noise, and I'm like, "Oh, Zeke wants to say something."
I feel like I barely made a noise. Yeah, but whatever. I really like how, like, the way the political setup with the selection and whatnot, it gives the plot an end goal. And there's so many fucking isekai that never have like an actual end goal in mind.
Yeah, that's something that I like, and also how I also like how it ties directly into Emilia's character.
Yeah.
Because as it stands at the beginning, due to a lot of racial prejudice against half-elves, she has like zero chance of winning this election.
Yeah.
Even though she's probably the best candidate. Like, we'll get into, you know, the fifth candidate later.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it the fourth? Fifth? Fifth candidate.
You're talking. Yeah.
We're gonna get into her in a minute. But like, she's the best possible candidate, but because of people looking at half elves like Emilia and thinking, you're
It's because she has the same appearance as the witch Satella.
Yeah, you either are Satella or Satella will come because of you.
Which is when you really stop and think about it, that's a really weird prejudice to have. It's like if you saw a guy who looked just like Hitler and you were like, that guy looks just like Hitler. It's basically Hitler.
But later on in the show, it's actually kind of implied that there might be some sort of logical basis behind this. Or at the very least, something that a villain very late in the show clues us into, maybe there is some, truth to this. Doesn't make it right, but at the same time, it's not like any of this is unfounded to any degree.
I also love that early on in one of the first loops, she introduces herself as Satella, I guess to test him. I'm not exactly sure why she does that. But and then he calls her by that name, and she gets fucking pissed in a later loop, and she gets fucking pissed at him.
The way I interpreted her calling him Satella is
for herself,
right? Calling herself Satella.
Yeah.
The way I interpreted that is she was already assuming that people would view her in a certain way.
Yeah.
And, this random person she has never met before, why have him view me any differently than anybody else? I'm just going to call myself Satella and get it over with.
Right.
I think it was more so her just kind of accepting her lot in life.
Yeah.
And just kind of letting that be.
Right.
Which is indicative of her character arc later on in the season.
Yeah.
So that's how I viewed it in retrospect.
Yeah.
Fuck. But yeah, eventually we do get out of the trading, whatever the fuck, and yeah, like the entire reason why we meet Emilia is because Felt, another character who becomes important later on, steals her insignia, which designates her as a member of the royal selection.
Yeah.
And
yeah, she was hired to steal it.
Yeah, Felt was hired to steal it.
Yeah.
And the person that hired Felt to steal it was going to kill them all anyway and take it. Because it's like, she's powerful enough to do it.
Yeah. Why not?
So the entire, first part of the first arc is, Subaru trying to, prevent Emilia from getting killed by this person and to get her insignia back.
Yeah.
Which, admittedly, Subaru is extremely self-serving here, but he does it for a good cause.
Yeah. What I love about Subaru is that nothing about him stands out as being bad on the surface, but when you put him in these kinds of situations, his personality causes problems.
Yeah. The thing, I don't think Subaru is a bad person.
Yeah.
I think he does have his heart in the right place a lot of times, but he's incredibly self-serving. He's an intelligent person, but, he can be extremely... he's impulsive as fuck.
Yeah.
And that's a major character flaw for him throughout the entirety of the show.
Yeah.
He goes into a lot of situations half-cocked and just does not think through his actions, and, it causes more issues for him and for other people.
Yeah.
And
to be fair, though, I feel like there's kind of an even mix in this show of Subaru failing because of his own hubris and Subaru failing because he didn't know something and he couldn't have known something, and the universe is just fucking him over.
Yeah, no.
It's not perfect. Not every failed plan in the show is because of Subaru's own failings.
Yeah, no. Sometimes it's just in the case of the witch's cult, he couldn't have seen that coming.
Yeah.
He didn't learn about the witch's cult until after he fucking died.
Yep.
It's just one of those things where it's he utilizes the respawn mechanic to slowly piece together things that he wouldn't be able to in a shorter time frame.
Yeah. In a single run, as it were.
Yeah. Can't speedrun this one, bud.
Yeah. But I do like how in later loops of a particular arc, he is kind of speedrunning it in a way.
God.
Or at least he optimizes his time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he does a better job of, moving on and getting things done in due time.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is that pretty much all these arcs center around something bad's going to happen at this or these particular times. So I have this or this much amount of time to work with to prepare for that.
Yeah. The main, and that sounds incredibly formulaic, but what makes each of these arcs unique is really characterization and character writing.
Yeah. Well, it's also in this season, there's only 3 of them. There's only 3 of those situations. It's not like an every episode thing,
Yeah, but the arcs all feel very distinct and unique because of the different character focuses and how each character is developed. Speaking of which, there is a secondary female character.
Yeah.
Who's practically a co-star in this. Want to talk about Ram and Rem? One moment. My connection has gone.
You guys remember Mr. Green? It's one of my favorite sodas of the early 2000s.
Shit again, thanks.
Are you back?
Yeah. Want to talk about Ram and Rem?
Yes. I did not just bring up an obscure soda that was discontinued in 2003. I may or may not have.
Yeah, let's keep all this shit in. This is fun. Okay.
Yep. Yep. Derailing the podcast is fun. Just let it happen. It's all. This is the all-natural podcast. Okay, we're not looking to impress nobody. We don't wear no bow ties. Is what we're saying.
But yeah, Ram and Rem, they call her Ram, like they pronounce her name with a long A.
Yeah.
In the English dub, which made me a little confused at the time because it's like, wait, don't we already have a character named Rom? But it's like, oh no, it's Ram with an A and then Rom with an O.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Yeah.
I kind of go back and forth in my mind.
It makes the pronunciation little thing a little fucking weird.
A little weird. A little weird. No, but I like the I like the second arc for its man, like it's because it's like nobody is who he thought they were when he shows up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
especially like after the first arc, he thinks things are smooth sailing from here, and things are absolutely not smooth sailing from here.
hold up a second.
These are some
Keep
stormy
going.
seas. Okay. Well, he's gone, so let's talk about obscure discontinued sodas.
Okay, hold up. No, talk about ReZero, dude. I'm listening.
Okay, fine. He's a killjoy. I hope his dog dies. Speaking of dogs, the second arc. I like the realism. There's a little bit of this in the third arc too, but in the second arc especially, where like magical, like mystical beasts pose like actual, serious, real threats. It's not like fodder rats in an RPG or some bullshit. Like even one of these things, if you're not prepared, you're not trained, it will fuck you up. You know, and when there's like dozens of them, like the realistic level of threat the show ascribes to its mooks, as it were, you know, its enemy mooks is a nice breath of fresh air and commendable.
I do really like that. Like even the lowest level mob beasts are a major challenge.
Yeah.
Particularly like the wolf style mob beasts that attack Rem and Subaru. Like,
yeah.
Like on their own, they're not a big problem. Like Rem can take care of them fairly easily.
Yeah.
And heck, if Subaru has a sword or whatever, he can take one down with, you know, some difficulty.
Yeah.
But the problem is that they swarm.
Yeah.
And that's what the problem is. That's
the other thing, is that like I like that Subaru, he's not made grossly incompetent. He's out of his depth and he doesn't know what he's doing, but like he's not physically incompetent, you know?
Yeah.
Like he can pick up a thing and stab a thing and that works, you know? It's like it would have been really easy in a show like this to make him just a complete joke. But like they never quite go that far. They always make it clear that like if he's properly aware, then he can accomplish things, but then like there's also a limit to that, and like
yeah,
a lot of parts of the show have him realize that he needs to rely on the more experienced people around him, which is a nice subversion, because usually isekai heroes quickly become the most powerful person around, and that does not happen here.
Yeah, Subaru ain't exactly a high-level magic user over here with, you know, a bunch of really cool spells. With his particular magic class, all he can do are debuffs.
Yeah. And like, yeah.
And he only has one thing that he can do, which is just an obfuscating black smoke.
Yeah.
Like, that's really early on, and he only uses it twice.
Something like that. Yeah. But like, I like there's a realistic balance to it, though, is what I'm saying. You know, not he's realistically useless and also realistically useful, you know.
That is something I really like about him. He's one of the more realistically written, like not like both in his both in how he's utilized within the confines of the world itself. Yeah. You know, how he adapts and whatever, and how he's able to use his abilities or lack thereof to help people.
Yeah.
Or, you know, serve his own, you know, end goal, as it were.
Yeah.
But even in terms of his character writing, in terms of his, emotions, and how his personality develops over time, it's actually very realistically done. A lot of people call him annoying. I've noticed a lot of people don't like him, and did my connection bitch out?
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Did it?
Oh, no, I'm still here?
Yep.
Okay. Like, a lot of people find him annoying, and honestly, I find that disappointing.
Yeah.
I find it very disappointing because it means that a lot of people are missing the nuance of his character.
Yeah.
And how, the reason why he does a lot of this stuff is because, a lot of it is fairly self-serving.
Yeah.
He wants to help Amelia, yes, but, a large part of that is because he loves her and wants to get closer to her. It is a matter of
or just wants to make something of himself in this new world.
Yeah, it's selfish, yes, but like not unreasonably so.
Yeah.
But the problem
that's the thing is that like he is likable, and that's why we care when he goes through this shit.
Yeah. Or at the very least, why me and him care.
Yeah. Like I think a lot of people go into ReZero expecting it to be a sadist show about an idiot who never learns anything, and the horrible, horrible ways he dies, and like, so they get angry when he gets the victory, and I'm like, that's not what the show is, though. This is not the show. This is not Subaru sucks and he'll never achieve anything. This is Subaru grows as a person because of these struggles and through dealing with his own issues and what's going on around him, he will eventually succeed,
Yeah.
And I feel like if you're just coming into it expecting sadism and expecting the show to just shit on all isekai conventions forever, I feel like you're just in the wrong place. Because like it shows that these things you can survive and you can succeed.
Yeah.
It's just you just have to work for it. That's the point. That's the point it's subverting, is that so many isekai, the protagonist, they don't really have to put in any effort. They don't really have to learn anything. They're never really challenged. Those stories exist as wish fulfillment, as a power fantasy, and this is kind of the anti that.
That's something that is really cool about ReZero. And that is the reason why I like it. It isn't just that, power fantasy wish fulfillment thing, which, that's not a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can enjoy that kind of thing, and even I've enjoyed it to some degree. But what makes, ReZero much more deeply engaging is that it stars this absolute goddamn loser who, realistically gets his shit kicked in. He's weak. He does not have any special powers, not much at all.
Yeah.
But it's really his, his drive to continue, moving onward and, doing what he believes is right.
Yeah.
Whatever his motivations may be, that makes the show interesting, and how he develops from that.
Yeah. He
develops over time.
You could say that every arc it's about challenging the why and how of what he does, and when he finds something that works, he's allowed to proceed. And it's like that's what makes the show engaging, is that he's at the heart of it, and that the narrative stakes come more from what he learns from it and how he accomplishes it, because there are some situations where you have no idea how they're gonna get through this obstacle, and the show is like really it would be really easy for a show with a premise like this to fall into the trap of not having enough tension, but it gets around that because the situations get so dire and the solutions can become so unorthodox that or sometimes just like obvious. Sometimes the solution was obvious, and just because of his own hubris, he didn't want to do it, or he couldn't. It's like, or he didn't want to figure out how to do it right. So that's kind of where the tension comes from. Is the really not knowing the hows and whys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. I fucking love Rem. Okay, so like, here's the thing that gets to me, that like really stood out to me with this show.
Mm-hmm.
Something that is very common is a lot of people will ask you, best girl, Rem or Amelia.
Mm-hmm.
Really, it is a choice between those two because they're the most developed.
Yeah.
They're the one that have the best characterization. They're the ones that have all the focus.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. When I look at a character and, I try to look at characterization, personality, a lot of that stuff very as subjectively as I can. Of course, some of it's just going to appeal to me more than, other things are going to. But I try to look at things subjectively about how a character's function is within a show, how they move from point A to point B, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
How they interact with, the main characters and with other people, how that develops. And the problem is, going through this entire show, why can't we have both? I love both Rem and Amelia. They're both fantastic characters.
Yeah.
For radically different reasons, but, it's just a problem that well, not a problem, it's actually a good thing. I love both of these characters.
Yeah. I like the character writing in general. Like, even the minor, like, thugs from the first few episodes have so much, like, little personality to them.
They do.
And, like, the cart driver guy from later on. And, like everyone feels like a person, Yeah.
That's a really good. That's a really good thing about the show is that most minor characters feel like a natural part of the world, and that they have their own history that we just don't know about.
Yeah, like everybody feels like they got their own shit going on, and like so much of that is just implied, but like it's so this world Lagunica, whose name I forgot earlier, but whatever. It feels, because this is another very common complaint about isekai, is that the worlds feel cookie cutter. They're all stock JRPG towns or whatever. With the same fucking like river running. You ever see that image where like they took like 3 different shows and the town looks the same in all of them?
I remember that. God.
Yeah, like the fucking. I think the town in Shield Hero looks exactly like the town in Konosuba.
It does.
Or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then like they took the town from, I think, like Isekai Cheat Magician, and it's basically the same exact town except it's by more water. Which that makes sense because that's how people built towns, near water. But like it's just funny to think about, like all these settings tend to be very cookie cutter, and they have like the same kind of tropes and stock people living in them, stock NPCs. But Lagunica never feels like that, really. Like you've got this wide variety of races. That's the first thing, but like also just like even for as little as we see of them, just like the other factions, they have their hierarchies and they got like their commanding officers and they got shit going on, and it's just really nice. It doesn't, and that reinforces the theme that this world does not revolve around Subaru. He's an intruder into it.
Yeah. He
came here. It was not created for him.
That is something very common in a lot of these, isekai. A lot of these isekai stories, some guy comes in and ends up being like the chosen one or whatever, and everything revolves around him. But really, with ReZero, it's Subaru trying to fucking survive.
Yeah.
And he's really just out of his element.
Yeah. But like it makes the world feel more developed and like better written.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah,
Yeah.
That helps ReZero kind of keep its own identity,
Yeah.
aside from other shows of similar type.
Yeah. And like, it's not like the setting is wildly different from those shows. It's just better written and better fleshed out.
Yeah, you don't need wildly different. That's kind of the thing. You don't necessarily need wildly different aesthetics. You don't necessarily need, some weirdly complicated magic system or whatever. Like you don't really need. It's nice to have, but you don't really need. In terms of an isekai or whatever, in terms of most, genre storytelling,
Yeah.
You don't really need a unique world or a
You don't need gimmicks. Just do it well.
Gimmicks. Just do it well. Focus
Yeah.
on that's something that's often misunderstood with writing. Is if I put in enough unique gimmicks, it'll make it better, right?
Yeah.
No, just focus on trying to make the basics as good as possible. And
I mean, like if you have a good gimmick to flesh out, then do that. But like people appreciate when you just take something they know and just execute it really well.
Yeah,
and that's what the setting here does.
Oh yeah, I love Lagunica for that reason.
Yeah,
like that's kind of the thing. Like I watch stuff like Konosuba or whatever, and I don't really feel like this is
even Konosuba, and that's one of the better ones.
It is. Doesn't really feel like an actual world.
Yeah,
it's just the fantasy.
I mean, that's kind of, to be fair, that's a parody, but like even so.
Yeah, even so.
Yeah, you watch like actual garbage. You watch like Cheat Magician or Autofureta or whatever the fuck it was called. It's like that's what you're getting. But and it helps to. Again, it's why you care when all this shit is happening, because the world and its people are so endearing,
Yeah.
And that's good. It's good shit.
I mentioned what?
Go on. No, go on.
I mentioned earlier Emilia's character arc, and I do want to focus on that at some point, but I'm trying to figure out how we're going to approach Rem's arc.
Yeah.
Because Rem starts out, Rem and Ram. Oh boy.
Very, very dismissive of Subaru, I would say. Very like
really early on, yeah.
Yeah. And to be fair, a lot of people are.
Oh, yeah, it's like, who's this fucking weird ass looking fucker here?
Yeah. What are these what are these metal zipper things?
There are no
I don't trust the zipper man.
Zipper man. No, that's the wrong show. Wrong show.
Yeah, that might be the title though. I don't trust the zipper man. But
yeah, they start off very dismissive of Subaru. But something that I find interesting is that they still do what they can to try and help him.
Yeah.
Pretty early on. Something that I noticed is like something that's focused on at one point is one night Subaru falls asleep and he can feel the witch's scent, just like he has that dark aura surrounding him, and he becomes like really agitated, and it's like he feels that sensation of someone holding his hands, and he tries to figure out, well, it can't be Ram or Rem because they hate me. Is it you? Was it you? I can't figure it out. But then he figures it out later when Rem is actually trying to help him. It was Rem and Ram.
Right, yeah.
Like they were the ones anchoring him down and, keeping him calm.
Yeah.
So
and, I love the reason that the reason like things even got violent in the first place is because he had that scent on him.
Yeah, and Rem fucking murdered his ass.
Yep.
And that's actually our first introduction to the witches cult.
Yeah.
We learn that Rem and Rem's backstory involves them being demon twins, which is uncommon, and in their village, oftentimes the twins would be sacrificed.
Yeah.
But because the twins showed incredible power, just incredible ability, just with one horn each, they were kept around, and they were both raised as regular members of the village.
Yeah.
But at some point during all of this, and the entire during their childhood, Rem was actually, kind of the forgotten younger child here.
Yeah.
And Rem was the one that got all the special attention. She was the one who was more powerful. She was the one who was more adept at everything: cooking, cleaning, magic, fighting. But then the witches cult attacked, ransacked the village, killed everybody. And because of the witches cult, and because of, Rem sees it that, like, because of her inability to do anything, Ram lost her horn, she lost her abilities.
Yeah.
She's not really, like, it's because of me that my sister is so much weaker now. And I have to be the person that my sister can't be anymore.
Yeah.
Like I have to take on that responsibility. And she has a massive hatred for the witch and the witch's cult because of that.
Yeah.
So when she smells the witch's scent on Subaru, it's understandable. She hates him.
Yeah.
She thinks that, you're part of the witch's cult. You're gonna kill us, because it's happened before and it'll happen again.
That's a really good moment in one of those loops when Subaru chucks himself off into the spikes. That was very powerful.
Yeah, he realized it was a great moment because he realized it's like, I understand what's going on here, and I'm going to try and save everybody. It was one of those moments of pure resolve on his part.
Yeah.
He realized, I'm going to do everything within my power to save everybody because I'm the only one who can. For how weak I am, I'm the only one who can do it.
Yeah.
And, I know how now because I've gone through this 3 times already.
Yeah. I never knew how to feel about Beatrice, actually.
Beatrice...
The thing that's weird about Beatrice is that I don't think, I find her amusing and all, but I feel like she's kind of ridden in to be a solution at certain points.
My problem with Beatrice is that she's all function and she's not much of a character.
Yes, that's yeah.
Which,
she serves a lot of functions. You couldn't just write her out, but she's not very complex, and while their interactions are fun, it feels very disconnected from everything else.
She exists for mainly 3 reasons. 1, to be somebody to, protect Subaru.
Yeah.
2,
and occasionally explain things.
That's what I was about to say. 2, she's Mrs. Exposition.
Yeah.
And 3, she is, Subaru kind of uses Puck as leverage against her.
By the way, I really like Puck.
Oh god, Puck is amazing.
It would be so easy, and I've seen this in so many other of these, so many other of these fucking shows.
That's right.
That sentence doesn't sound right, but I guess it is. It would have been so easy for Puck to be unlikable or meant to be unlikable. That's the other thing with fucking Julius as well. So many of these
oh my god, I love Julius.
Shows, yeah, so many of these isekai shows, they make other guys jerks or stuck up in some way. And I'm not saying Julius isn't stuck up, but he's so much more humanized than that.
Julius's pride comes from an understandable place. It's not misplaced.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what makes him so great, is that because it's not a matter of he's a jerk or Subaru's Well, okay. To be fair, Subaru was being a jerk.
Yeah.
But like, because he has this unfounded pride,
Yeah.
because of his like low self-worth from his time in the other world. But like, when Julius puts him down, like it feels like something that needed to happen, and like there's a very he's not like that's what makes him more humanized, that he's not indulging in beating Subaru down. Like, it's just a thing that needs to happen for his own good.
Yeah.
Like his entire profession and his life's Subaru's flippant attitude basically just massively disrespected his entire honor and profession, and he needed to be smacked down.
Yeah, that's something that
but he's like, for the most part, very professional about it.
Yeah, there was that like slight lapse in professionalism with him, dragging Subaru over to a coliseum and beating his ass in front of God and everybody. But like, it was necessary because it is true, Subaru was being extremely disrespectful, overly prideful with no basis in reality.
Yeah.
And, made a bold proclamation that, Emilia didn't want, for one thing, and two, wasn't even correct because, he claimed, I'm Emilia's knight, but being a knight is, a high honor in this society, and he's treating that name as just, any other word, any other kind of title you can just kind of self-apply. And Julius couldn't stand that, and I don't blame Julius in that regard.
I like throughout the second half the begrudging camaraderie that those two have. That is so unlike anything in any other isekai I've seen.
I fucking love how Subaru and Julius come to that beautiful understanding of, it's like, you know what, we both had issues, we were both wrong in some way, Subaru was more wrong. It's like we understand that we made mistakes, we're going to move past that. I respect you more, I forgive you, I still hate your guts.
And like I just love, that's just not, and that doesn't, if you haven't seen too many of these kinds of shows, you might not get what I'm talking about, but that's just not a thing that happens, that kind of resolution between guys like that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't happen.
That just doesn't happen in a lot of isekai, and like the fact that it's like a major focus of these later episodes, it just speaks to how much better written ReZero is in a lot of this shit.
Oh yeah. Even in how it handles, the love triangle of Subaru, Rem, and Emilia.
Yeah.
The scene a lot of people tend to meme.
Yeah.
Let's talk about episode 18.
Okay.
Because the scene, a lot of people tend to meme a lot is when Rem confesses her love to Subaru, and Subaru just replies, "But I love Emilia, right?"
Yeah.
No one ever acknowledges Rem's reaction.
Yeah.
And I think that says a lot about, like, I think people really kind of, I think that's part of why a lot of people kind of undersell the show, is because they look at that moment and they don't really think about how Rem treats it.
Yeah.
They only really think about how, oh no, he's not going to get with Best Girl. But, Rem doesn't really care.
Yeah.
What matters most to her is being Subaru's friend more than anything, and, helping him in whatever way that she can. And as long as she can do that, she'll be happy.
Yeah. I know we're jumping around a lot, but fuck, that's just how we talk about things.
Yeah, no. Yep.
This ain't no formal structured review. We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, no. But like, a lot of people tend to meme that scene as it's such a heart-wrenching, stab in the heart scene. But I saw that, and I didn't feel that at all.
Yeah.
Like,
that scene really got took out of context for meme value.
But unfortunately, the meme value is how that scene is seen now, rather than how it's actually presented and the intended reaction.
True.
And, I saw the scene and I'm like, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
This is just like beautiful character writing.
Yeah.
Episode 18 is, the best episode in the show.
It is the best. It is the best 24 minutes I've seen where two people stand in one spot and yell at each other.
And you know what? Says a lot about it.
Yeah. I actually wanted to bring up some earlier ones before that, but like, particularly like 13 and 15 as well.
Oh my god!
Really,
something that really just what really makes this English dub work for me is Sean Chiplock as Subaru.
He's so fucking good.
Because it really feels like Sean Chiplock going into this role was like, well, fuck my throat today, and just screamed his head off.
Yeah, that's we were talking about this when he was going through it privately. We're like, so I'll just bring it up now. Is like one thing we're kind of sick of in recent English dubs is just like this overly cautious attitude about your throat health, and so many actors that we know can do better are just their performances get restrained because of the way scheduling works and the way benefits work and whatever.
Yeah.
They can't damage their throats, They can't take that risk because they got to come in the next day or whatever. They don't. It's not like Japan where like things are scheduled in such a way where they get adequate like compensation and like recuperation time and shit like that.
And healthcare.
Yeah. Oh, it would be nice if we had some healthcare, wouldn't it? I'd stare into the camera, but we don't have one.
I bring this up.
We can't afford a camera.
I bring this up only because I care so much about this actress and this show in particular.
Oh, I know what he's bringing up, and it's a good time.
Anybody who's been a fan of this podcast long enough, anybody who saw the freaking episode before last, you guys know that I love Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah.
And I fucking adore Erica Mendez.
Mm-hmm.
I think she is a fantastic actress, and on the whole, she is a stellar Gon.
Yeah.
Like, her casting as Gon was really good.
Yeah.
But there's an episode late into the show, and if you haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil it. But there's an episode late into the show where Gon is just.
I mean, we can say the number. I think.
118 was it?
116.
116, yeah.
Yeah.
Episode 116, where the entire scene is just a good straight minute and a half of Gon barely holding back pure rage, anger, and fury.
Yeah.
Yelling down his best friend, or actually no, yelling down Pito.
Yeah.
Like, yelling down someone he hates that, like, how it's one of those things where it's like, how dare you act human? You're not supposed to be human.
Yeah.
And
you think you have the right to act human.
And yeah, that's the whole point. You think you have the right.
Yeah.
And Gon is just screaming his head off. And in Japanese, it's a powerful scene because Megami Han, she's not holding back. Megami Han just screams, and it just.
I likened her to a barely restrained animal.
It's hard to watch, but in a good way.
And in comparison, Mendez's version is just so limp. It's so limp and lifeless in comparison, and like the bigger problem is that like it doesn't even match the intensity of the animation anymore.
Yeah, no, like the animation has Gon like baring his teeth and snarling, and with really heavy shadows throughout, and him like moving his head around like he's trying to shake free of a chain.
Yeah. And like and Mendez's performance, like I hate to say it, it sounds almost like whisper yelling in comparison.
She tries to get across the same emotions without screaming, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, you gotta scream.
She more so just kind of raises her voice and acts very, stern rather than furious. And
I'm sure you can look up a comparison on YouTube, but like it's just so lifeless in comparison. And that's not the only example we have, but that's the main example we have of like dub actors not being allowed for whatever reason, circumstances, to let loose.
Like,
and
Again, I want people to understand. I don't hate Erica Mendez. She's an amazing actress. Her work in both Danganronpa V3 and Sailor Moon, I love both of them. But, just drop the ball here, man.
Yeah, and anyway, what we love about Sean Shiplock in ReZero is that it felt like he didn't give a fuck. He just let complete loose, and we're not trying to weigh them against each other here or anything. I'm sure the circumstances were different, but it's just when you let an actor loose like that, you get such better results.
Yeah,
and that's and then we love Sean as Subaru because he, for whatever reason, he was just allowed to let loose, and it's so powerful.
It is incredibly effective, and it kind of makes me wonder. It's how does the Japanese compare?
Yeah, I'm sure it's good.
Good. Oh yeah, I'm sure the Japanese is great, but Sean Chiplock's performance is so goddamn good.
Yeah, and specifically,
there's a lot of
little moments. It's one of those shows, but the big moments for me are these long rants in episode 13, 15, and 18 in particular.
In 18, he's screaming for half the episode.
Yeah. And it just feels so real. I know we're being vague, but we're not gonna go into the nuances of what he says, but
yeah, no,
it's just really, really real and really powerful, and
the emotions behind the conversation are very simple. It's Subaru pouring his heart out to Rem, saying, I don't see myself as anything. I am not worth anything. I was never worth anything back home. What worth am I here? And it's just Rem, responding back, you're important to me. Isn't that enough?
Yeah. And what helps is just both the writing and the performance. It's so similar to I've been through breakdowns like that. I've myself and other people.
Yeah.
You've seen this kind of actual breakdown, and it calls back to that kind of thing, and it does it so well. It doesn't feel like acting. It felt real to me.
Oh, absolutely. I've
and the same with episode 13,
being a little personal,
where he's almost having a fit and expressing his entitlement in episode 13, and really falling victim to his own pride. And it's just you almost just pity him because he's better than this.
Oh,
but
yeah. Even Amelia doesn't hate him after that. Interestingly,
yeah.
Even she's kind of an audience surrogate in that moment because she knows Subaru can do better, and he's just not.
Yeah,
that's disappointing to her.
Yeah, and it's and some people are why'd you mute yourself?
Mom needs me for something. I'll be right back. Keep talking.
Okay, time to talk about vintage sodas.
You know what? Sure, vintage soda time.
Does anyone remember Mr. Green? I think it was strawberry flavored beverage from pre-2003. It had a lizard. It was a red and green bottle. It had a lizard on the label. That was my shit when I was a kid. They should bring that back. I don't know who did it. I'm gonna look that up. Who made Mr. Green soda? Okay, there's a local casino. Not local. There's a casino called Mr. Green. That's a taxi company? No, I want the soda. I'm looking up the soda. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's the lizard I know and love. It was by Sobe. Yeah. The Soda Wiki? There's a soda fandom? Hold on. Oh yeah, it was by Sobe. Widely released in the US, later discontinued. Shipping in April 2002. First available to consumers in May. Produced 12-ounce cans, 20-ounce bottles, and 1 to 2 liter bottles. A rare carbonated beverage offered by Sobe. The soda's mascot of the same name was described as a cyber lizard. Yeah. It was tinted green and included ginseng for flavor. What the? Oh shit. I'm sorry, an Apex Legends ad just blasted in my ear. I apologize. I don't know if you can hear that. I wonder if that's going to show up in the recording. But like, yeah, it was like kind of strawberry green pepper-ish flavor. It was really unique, but they discontinued it after almost like less than a year, I think. But yeah, that was the shit. Mr. Green. Can you still get that? I know there's like websites where you could buy like discontinued sodas and shit. Hold on. Or has anyone like made like a recipe or something? I'm gonna look that up. Weird tangent, I know, but I gotta fill time somehow. Ginger soda, no. I feel like Mr. Green is what is the soda the world needs right now. You know, it's a tough times are happening. Where to buy discontinued soda? Soda pop graveyard. Let's see. Oh, my neck. Okay. Soda shop. Let's see. Vintage retro sodas. Delaware Punch. I wonder what that tastes like. Bacon soda, sweet corn soda. What are these? Ranch dressing soda. These are all the gimmick sodas. Dirt soda, grass soda. Pickle juice soda. These aren't too expensive either. Made for discontinued sodas. Oh yeah, barf soda. I saw most of these in a recent like William Osmond video. Rat Bastard root beer. I'm gonna see if they have Mr. Green. Oh yeah, Duff Energy. You don't remember Duff Energy? Oh, Dad's root beer is expired? Or discontinued? They still sell that. Yeah, I can get like Dad brand root. There's actually a brand of root beer called Dad's root beer. I know. How did they copyright that? I could get that at World Market here. I guess they have some left over. So I don't know. I guess they no longer sell Canada Dry in glass bottles. There's a lot of glass bottle variants for sale here. Oh, Red Birch beer? Huh. That's Boylan brand. I've heard Boylan's is a really good brand of root beer, but I've never had it. There's a lot of discontinued brands of root beer here. Faygo Rock and Roll. Faygo Red Pop. I remember some of these. Hello Kitty Fizzy Pop, yeah. A lot of Hank's stuff. Mustard soda. Oh, Pac-Man Power Up Energy Drink. Route 66 Lime Soda. The Resident Evil T-Virus Antidote. What? That's wild. There was a T-Virus soda? Hold on. Got an uncontrollable hunger for human brains? Is half your torso missing as you shamble about? We have some bad news. You're probably the living dead, but don't fret. We've got the cure. The Resident Evil T-Virus Antidote Energy Drink will get you back to your old self again. No needles. Wow. I want to try some of that. I mean, I'm sure, like, I'm not sure how good, like, old discontinued soda sitting in a warehouse would be, but, like, yeah. Sucks. If you're ever thinking to yourself, I should buy Cock and Bull ginger beer. I mean, like, I don't know why you'd think that. It's apparently discontinued, but if you're thinking that, don't. It sucks. That's Cock and Bull ginger beer is some nasty shit. That's my official warning to all of you. Don't fucking. Go fucking buy Cock and Bull ginger beer. Not seeing any Mr. Green. I guess it's been 16 years. It's probably not. It's probably nothing left. Jones Green Apple. I remember that. The Mega Man E-Tank energy drink. Yeah, I remember that. River City root beer. Again, a lot of root beers get discontinued. People need to drink more root beer. It's crazy. Oh, they only have 2 bottles of Jones Foo Berry left. So if you want to get your Foo Berry soda from Jones, there's only 2 bottles left on candycarrollton.com. That might sell out by the time this episode goes up. I don't know. There was a Pineapple Crush. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, now if I want pineapple soda, I gotta go to like the generic brand. There was a Rick and Morty soda? What? Rick and Morty Fleeb soda. Or is that what it's called? Yeah, Fleeb juice. What that tasted like. My back. Let's see. I guess it tastes like Fleeb. I don't know what Fleeb tastes like, but I guess it tastes like Fleeb. So if you ever want to know what Fleeb tastes like, gotta buy some Rick and Morty Fleeb juice. Oh yeah, Dr. Pepper Dark Berry. I remember that. Oh, $10 for a 12-pack. I should get one of those. And fucking... Hold on. What is that average? There's a character on the side. I want to see what they were promoting. Oh, Spider-Man Far From Home. Oh, this was a recent limited edition. These are probably still good. They're not too old. Yeah. It's always weird when Dr. Pepper does novelty flavors, because like the whole thing about Dr. Pepper is having 23 flavors. So if they do like a specialty, you don't have that anymore. You know. That's just a weird thing about that. But yeah, that's just from like last year. Or no, this year. I forgot. Far From Home was this year. That's only a few months old. Those are probably still pretty good. Should put that on like... I should get that for the holidays. Spend some like Christmas money on fucking Dr. Pepper Dark Berry 12-pack. Fanta Grapefruit. They used to make grapefruit Fanta. Shit. Jones or Fanta Pineapple. Oh, they discontinued Fanta Pineapple? I bought that recently. I bought that like a few months ago. I guess I don't like that either. Man, all the name brands are getting rid of their pineapple flavors. That sucks. I love pineapple soda. I mean, you can still get it, but it's like all generic now. All the main brands of stuff. I mean, you know. I guess that means I get it cheaper at Dollar Tree or something. Yeah. New York Seltzer Peach Soda. I've had some peach soda. It's pretty good. I don't remember what brand, but you know, I've got to experiment more with the sodas, you know. There's a world of soda possibilities, and people are too close-minded. You know, they're just like, I'll have a cola, it's like, nah, man, we gotta make shit weird. We gotta experiment. You know, again, a world of soda possibilities that people, you know, like seeing this huge list of discontinued sodas. It's just upsetting to me. You know, because like they deserved better. You know, we need to. You know, so like next time you're at the shop, you're at the convenience store or whatever, you know, don't go for what you know and love. Go for the weird shit, you know? A few months ago, there was a fucking I think it was Faygo. There was like a Faygo brand like cotton candy soda, and like, you know, I could have gotten like a mainstay. I could have got like a Fanta Orange or a Dr. Pepper or something. I was like, no, I'm gonna take a chance. I'm gonna gamble on the cotton candy soda, and you know what? It was fucking great. So, you know? I mean, and they're not all gonna be winners, but like, fucking take a chance, you know? People need to get riskier with the fucking soda choices, you know? Otherwise, we get shit like Mr. Green, a very unique soda, getting canceled and discontinued after just less than a year. And me, a grown adult, wondering where did all the time go? If I knew it was going to get discontinued, I would have drank more of it. Little 9-year-old me would have drank more Mr. Green. Man, I really hope Kevin comes back soon. I've been talking about soda for like 20 minutes.
Oh my god, that took longer than anticipated.
I've been talking about discounted sodas for the entire time you've been gone.
I know, a good 10 minutes, I'm sorry. I intended to get back sooner, but Mom needed a lot of shit done.
Yeah. I've been browsing candycarlton.com, looking at their vintage retro sodas you can buy. And I've been finding some interesting things.
This is only the second worst episode we've ever done.
Did you know that there was a Resident Evil T-Virus energy drink?
Oh my god, how have I not known about this? My life has changed forever.
There was a T-Virus antidote energy drink.
I need it.
There was something called Rick and Morty's Fleeb juice. I don't know what flavor that is. I guess it tastes like Fleeb, but I don't know what Fleeb is.
What is
I'm intrigued. Yeah.
Okay,
and
anyway.
Okay. Look, my brain has switched to discontinued vintage soda mode, okay?
We need to go back to ReZero, dude.
Okay.
Maybe.
This was all your fault. I want you to know that.
You're the one who didn't want to friggin' make a note, get Craig out of here, and edit it in later. You're the one who made that decision.
Yeah. Okay, so it's my fault that I'm putting in more effort. Got it.
No, that's not... Hold up. This was not my choice. It was not my choice. Gosh. And this is why we don't record earlier.
What were we talking about before this?
I love Amelia. But like when Subaru, has that breakdown in episode 15 or whatever, like the thing is, like Amelia is kind of an audience surrogate in that moment because, she's kind of like us. It's like, you can do better than this. I'm disappointed in you. And that's part of why I like Amelia as a character. She,
it's like,
hey, internet, can you stop sucking dick?
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Welcome to the Technical Difficulties podcast.
Episode 2. Because we've had that before.
That's true. Yeah, I like Amelia. And like, I find it interesting that like, I think I've read that arc 4, the next one, is kind of her big focus arc.
The thing with both Rem and Amelia is they both have one strong common ground.
Mm-hmm. And
that common ground is that they want to believe the best out of Subaru.
Yeah.
The difference is that Rem and both of them have issues with that to some degree.
Yeah.
Amelia, hold on. Amelia has an issue in this regard because she sees Subaru as about the same way she sees everybody else in the world. She's used to everyone treating her differently because, they believe her to be, Satella, the witch.
Yeah.
And, and she doesn't really... She has a hard time reconciling Subaru's positive treatment of her with everyone else's negative interpretation of her, because she kind of has that struggling belief of, Subaru's just gonna, treat me like everybody else does eventually. The moment I do something wrong.
Yeah.
It's that nagging fear that she has that she overcomes near the end.
Yeah.
Which is beautiful.
Yeah.
And with Rem, she has trouble initially believing in Subaru because, for whatever reason, he has the witch's scent on him due to his ability to, respawn.
Yeah.
And, the witch's cult, all of whom, carry the witch's scent on them, the witch's cult, they killed her. They killed her entire village. They killed her parents. They're the ones that are responsible for, Ram losing her horn, and Rem having that inferiority complex of having to, catch up to her sister and be the person her sister can't be anymore.
Yeah.
So she has to work through that, see the person Subaru truly is underneath, and they have that very common ground, but they're very different characters, each of them.
Yeah.
And how they express their how they express how they feel about Subaru, how they express their feelings towards him are so different. And what I like about Amelia is really it's partially that struggle of he's just going to treat me the same way everyone else does.
Yeah.
But she also doesn't take his shit.
Yeah.
When Subaru does something wrong, she, when Subaru does something that she doesn't like, especially the thing that really kind of gets the scene that gets to me the most is in the castle when Subaru starts getting a big head.
Yeah.
And starts making all these bold proclamations, deliberately goes against Amelia's wishes to stay back in Roswell's mansion.
Yeah.
And he's just doing everything that Amelia's telling him not to do.
Yeah.
Believing him, with Subaru believing himself to be in the right because it's all for Amelia, right?
Yeah.
He's kind of fooled himself into believing it's strictly for Amelia's sake when it's self-serving as well.
Yeah.
Not saying that Subaru doesn't genuinely want to protect Amelia and genuinely doesn't want to see her succeed. He does, but his motivations, he has trouble coming to grips with it.
Yeah.
And that's a large part of the issue.
Mm-hmm.
And, Amelia sits him down and, pinpoints this, says, you say you're doing all of this for me, but you're not doing anything that I tell you to. You just ignore me and do what you want to do. Isn't this all just to serve you? She kind of cuts to the heart of the matter, which leads to his breakdown.
And what I really like is that you almost. One sec. So I was ranting about soda for so long, my throat's gotten so fucking dry. But what I love about that sequence though is that you can almost tell that Subaru knows what he's about to say is wrong before he even says it, but he can't stop himself from saying it.
Yeah.
His pride will not let him let it go unsaid, because he needs those feelings to be validated. That's so endearing to me because I've been in that situation in my life so many times where I know what I'm about to say is wrong or that it's going to cause problems, but I can't not say it.
That's one thing that really gets to me about Subaru. I understand that. I do. I've been there. And I've had that feeling of, just that lack of self-confidence, that lack of self-worth. Mm-hmm. I've struggled with that before. I've been in his shoes.
Yeah.
And
it's like a part of you knows that this is wounded pride talking, but it doesn't matter. You can't. There's going to be consequences, but you don't care about them in that moment because it's just not as important to you as making your feelings, no matter what they are, how justified they may or may not be, making that known. And so you snap like that. You know, I think most rational people have that, you know, but we can't stop ourselves.
Yeah.
And that's illustrated really well here.
The thing with Subaru is that more so than most other characters I see, not just in anime but in fiction in general, Subaru, I really do see a deep part of myself in.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a part of me that's, you know, here now. Maybe that's a part of me that I've worked past. But I see a part of myself in Subaru. And whenever he does something wrong, whenever he, you know, makes that faulty decision,
mm-hmm.
whenever he has that struggle with, you know, not being forward enough and, you know, just whenever he struggles, I feel it because I feel like I've been there or I would be there in that situation myself.
Yeah. That's why Subaru is as divisive as he is because you're either the kind of person who sees yourself in Subaru and understands and empathizes with that, or you're the kind of person that sees yourself in Subaru and just hates it.
Or maybe you see
or just reject it like that. Like, this is what they're saying about me, and that's not me, you know? And maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but, like, that's kind of the wrong way to go about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if you do kind of view it as, you know, this is what they're saying about me, Subaru works through it, and, you know, he does become a better person by the end. Not a person.
You know, if you want to take Subaru as an analog for, you know, the otaku or whatever, you know, what it's really saying is that you have the capability to face the things that make you act in these ways and overcome them. You know, and that's very uplifting, despite how horrifying the journey can be.
Oh yeah, and oh god, fucking love Subaru. When I say that I love Subaru, this is why. It's not because I think he's, you know, constantly doing the right thing. He's not. It's that I understand his struggle.
Yeah.
And I understand why he does what he does, because in many instances I see myself.
Yeah. And it is a nice equal measure of unfortunate situations he finds himself in, and then also unfortunate situations he gets himself into.
Like, he's just that rare character, that rare character that I just deeply empathize with on a personal level.
Yeah.
It's just so well done. God. And I never thought I would expect that out of ReZero, but here we are.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people confuse the pain of seeing Subaru do the wrong thing and think this is bad writing when it's good writing. It's just good writing that isn't comfortable.
Yeah, or they go the other way and think that it's supposed to be like intentional cringe, and then like it's when he gets a victory that's like betraying its own vision or something. It's like that's just not the intent.
No, absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
Like, Subaru has his own arc, and he develops very, very realistically.
Yeah.
Like there is a history with this character, much like with the character, like a lot of the minor characters with Subaru. We don't know a lot of his backstory going in, but you can get an idea of the kind of person he's been throughout his life.
Yeah.
Through how he interacts with other people, and the ways in which he expresses himself, both in his high and low moments.
Yeah. I know a bit. I know a bit more. I've read ahead a bit. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like even this early on, only in the first season, and I can say that now because season 2 is coming out next year.
Yep.
But yeah, like even with what we have now, like his character makes sense. Like I do feel he is, you know, a consistent, realistically written and believable character, with a hell of a lot of nuance in him. And that's something a lot of people seem to not see, and I'm very disappointed.
Yep. Well, what are you gonna do? As we've said many times on the show, and we'll probably continue to say until we die, people are stupid.
Until the heat death of the universe.
Yep.
Uh,
Oh, we'll probably die before then.
oh, probably.
A little bit. I don't know, like 5 minutes maybe. Hopefully. I don't know.
Oh, there comes that big fireball.
Finally! Fucking entropy! Whee! Ciao, ciao for now!
Oh gosh.
Or no, we could be all like fucking professional about it. Well, here we are at the heat death of the universe. This has been Siegfried. Ciao, ciao for now.
Also, the white whale's a kaiju.
Yep, we were in that conversation.
The
white whale is a kaiju, just like Grape Ape and Clifford the Big Red Dog.
I'm going to strategically avoid that one. Yeah, we were mentioning, like we kind of mentioned during the break, it's like what kind of constitutes a kaiju, and we kind of came to the conclusion it's like, well, it's a large beast that can cause untold amounts of death and property damage, and my sister Jennifer mentioned this specifically. Mentioned that like if he's a kaiju, he can't look like. How did you put it, Jen?
If you can call the Power Rangers on him and he still looks like a good guy, then he's not a kaiju.
That's it. If you can call the Power Rangers on him and he still looks like a good guy, he's not a kaiju. And we just came to the realization: the final boss of this season, the white whale, is a kaiju.
Yeah. Yeah, the kaiju is not the white whale who is a kaiju is very terrifying. It's a very nice illustration of how terrifying a fantasy creature could be.
Oh yeah.
And it's got this completely earned legendary reputation.
Yeah, even within the universe of even within Lagunica, everyone is fucking afraid of the white whale, and there are even some people here who have a personal grudge, for completely understandable reasons, because the white whale, people they loved or people they've admired died because of it, and something that like kind of the culmination of Subaru's arc through this season is him actually being able to lead an entire army against the white whale, and actually foster working relations between multiple warring factions within the election.
Yeah.
So wow.
I really like how how do I say this? I forgot that thought. But my other thought was that the white whale would make a great SCP.
Oh my god. The white whale is basically an SCP in all but name.
Yeah, I really like how like the different loops and what happens in them gives you the opportunity to see different sides of people, like the more extreme angles of the characters. Like even like small stuff like the fucking, again, I don't remember his name, but the fucking cart guy who who like when shit hits the fan, he basically pushes Subaru out of the cart and leaves him to die. And then like later on in another loop, he's just a guy. He's an ally.
But at the end, you still see a little bit of that self-serving personality of his.
Yeah, but I like how like the different situations the time loops bring about allow you to see different sides of the characters. Usually, you see their worst before you see their best. But
gives good development anyway.
Yeah.
Like even if it's not consistent, like actually, literally build upon how they were acting prior, you still see them like slowly developing and lightening up and becoming closer to Subaru over time.
Yeah, but like it gives you the chance to see these alternate scenarios and whatnot within the story itself, which is really nice.
Yeah,
that's how you're working with like on all levels of focus, like these multifaceted characters. Reminds me of school days.
Weirdly.
Where like depending on the choices you make and the routes you go down, some characters will act wildly differently, but like it's not like it's inconsistent or anything. It's just that you've pushed them in these different ways.
Yeah.
You know, and getting that in a linear story experience in itself is kind of impressive.
Yeah, like that's really a big achievement of the writing in ReZero. It does that without actually having to, do that whole, restart multiple arc thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of does, but there's still, defined progression.
Forward momentum.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
God. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about all I have to say about ReZero.
Yeah, there's more to say, but like in my mind, I'm like, let's bounce back to earlier things, but at the same time, it's like I feel like we've reached a natural point,
ReZero is a fucking fantastic show. At the very least, for the first season. I don't know how season 2 is going to go. Because I have surprisingly insulated myself. I'm the kind of guy who still does not know what "Would You Kindly" means in the first BioShock.
That's good.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I still don't know what that means.
This nigga doesn't even know what the Killing Bites is.
I don't.
Well, let me tell you, the Killing Bites, the one with the sharpest fangs wins. That's what the Killing Bites is.
Well, okay. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle.
Yep.
But yeah, fantastic show. I loved it. I kind of wish that I had watched it beforehand, like earlier, back when it aired.
Partially, but this ain't a bad time.
Oh yeah, no. If anything, it's kind of the perfect time to pick it up because season 2 is coming in 6 months.
Yeah, did you hear that? All the people who didn't give a fuck about the spoiler warning and kept listening anyway. Watch it anyway, you scrubs.
Yeah.
And thank you for your patronage.
Yeah, if you've somehow been listening to us the entire time and you made it to this point and you still haven't seen ReZero, 1, why? 2, watch it.
If you got through 15 minutes of me describing discounted sodas to you and you still are listening to us, then you should do what we say.
You the real MVP. You the real MVP.
Yeah. You survived Zeke talking about discounted sodas for 15 minutes, and all you got was this lousy t-shirt.
All you got was this lousy podcast.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
We're talking about the banding issues, but I feel like we beat that horse into the ground.
Yeah, especially considering that Funimation's Blu-ray has been re-authored to fix it.
Yeah, but the Crunchyroll version of the dub still has the banding. That sucks.
Yeah, it looks like shit. But it's like streaming, so it's more.
Oh well.
I can deal with it.
What are you gonna do? Replace it? What are you gonna do then? I mean, you could replace it, but yeah, I mean, you could also just do nothing.
All right. I think that does it for ReZero.
Yep. That's a natural conversation with no crazy interjections in the middle. And we will see you for the final segment. Never called it a section. Segment about what we're looking forward to in 2020. Catch you there on the Baka Gaijin show.
We don't need a rhythm for joy, oh yeah.
Welcome back to the Baka Gaijin show. Chillest podcast on the internet. You know the one. Wink, wink. So, it's the end of the year. Kind of. Almost.
Just about.
Yep. You know what that means. More top 10 lists!
I mean, if you have 10.
No. No. We don't look... Look. Baka Gaijin show. We never look back, okay? Never. We never look back. We only look forward.
To the future. Off to the horizon.
Exactly. We've got our eyes set on the horizon. The zenith, as they call it. That's the light that peeks over the horizon.
The horizon. The new dawn, as it were. I've never played that game.
First of all, it's Zero Dawn. And second of all... There you go.
Okay.
Obligatory Horizon Zero Dawn reference out of the way. Check. Okay, now we're moving on to what we're looking forward to most in the next year, 2020. I've made no secret of the fact that I am incredibly annoyed at everybody announcing vague 2020 release windows.
Hey, dude. Did you hear this thing's coming out in 2020? What
Yeah.
time, though?
I bet. It's just hard, you know, sometimes it's hard to look forward to things when they could be dropping anywhere in a year span. But that's enough of my frustrations. Still looking forward to this stuff, so let's just fucking talk about a bunch of shit we're looking forward to next year.
Yeah. So, you want to start?
I burped and it smelled like chicken, which doesn't make any sense. I've not been eating chicken lately.
You want to start?
Yeah, okay. So, I mostly made a list of games, because I'm a gamer boy. You know how it goes. And I originally was separating these into indie titles and the big boys, but they kind of got mixed up as I kept writing it.
Yeah.
So, you know, interject if you got something to say. But, holy shit, I misspelled that. I misspelled Axiom in Axiom Verge 2.
Well, Axiom Verge.
Yeah.
That only got announced at the that was the Game Awards, wasn't it?
No, that was the Indie World Showcase.
Right.
That was their and wait, there's more moment. And Thomas Happ shows up, and I'm like, well, Thomas Happ's only known for one thing in his life, so I know what he's doing.
That's right. Hollow Knight. No.
It's like, hi, it's Thomas Happ. I just want to let you know that I'm the lead designer on Infinity War 2 Electric Boogaloo. No. If you didn't know, Axiom Verge was all made by one dude. The art, the music, everything.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's impressive.
Yeah, he worked on Axiom Verge for, I think, 5 to 6 years.
Yeah, it reminds me of, like, Undertale.
Yep. Axiom Verge 2. I never finished the first one, but I got really far into it and I enjoyed it. Cyber Shadow from Yacht Club Games. They're fucking...
Shadow. Which one is that?
Cyber Shadow is like the 8-bit kind of cyberpunk Ninja Gaiden looking ass thing that's published by Yacht Club.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's their next project after Hollow Knight, right? Or I mean, fucking not Hollow Knight. God damn it, Shovel Knight.
Yep.
This night, that night, the other night. God damn it.
Are there any other knights that I should know about? I'm out of here. No, that looks like...
I love how you just paused waiting for me to realize my mistake.
Yeah. I was just like, he's a smart boy. He'll realize it soon enough. So that looks like a difficult but like really atmospheric time. Another game I'm looking forward to, which is a bit out there, is Haven. Haven comes from the Fury guys, and it's like the space honeymoon game where you it's like a story driven like kind of RPG between like this couple that's already together on their honeymoon, which is such a, and like I think it's like not like I call it the space honeymoon game. I don't think it's actually a honeymoon thing.
Yeah,
I think they're just like on a mission together or something. But that's like such a unique premise for a game that I'm like actually really interested to see, you know, that, because you don't always see. It's rare you see like characters at that stage of relationship as the premise. You know?
Yeah. For the record, your finger is more on the pulse of indie games, so I'm just letting you handle the indie games for the most part.
Right.
Because honestly, whatever you're into, you're gonna recommend to me, and then I'm gonna play it.
I mean, you're excited for Nirvana, right?
Oh God, yeah, I am. Oh man,
I'm actually disappointed because I feel like on Twitter they were hinting they were going to shadow drop it before the end of the year, and they never did.
oh, man. I'm a huge fan of Valhalla.
Yeah.
Like I went through that game 2 years ago-ish. I'm a huge fan of Valhalla. I friggin' love the setting, the characters. Everything about that game is amazing to me. And us getting a sequel to it, like set in a different city, in a different bar with different characters, but like it's still like there's still some crossover there.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I'm really looking forward to it and seeing how they expand upon the bartend, like the drink mixing mechanics.
Yeah.
And that sort of thing. Zeke isn't a fan of this, not necessarily, but like I like that it's closer to I like that it's an upgrade to the graphics. Like kind of expanding on that whole PC 98 looking aesthetic. Like sort of.
Look, I'm not against that. I kind of wanted them to go further with the cyberpunk angle, and this seems to be going a bit backwards on that.
Maybe a bit, but like I'm not too concerned about that. I think it looks about. I think it looks good.
It looks fine. It's just that like I played Valhalla and I thought this is cool. I want them to go further in this direction, and they took a step back instead.
I can understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will admit I do love the cyberpunk. Also, I need more of that music, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Valhalla has a godly soundtrack.
Yeah, I used some of it for our end slate.
Yep. Good shit.
Yep. I don't know how I'm gonna put that together, and actually no, I already rendered a copy of that, so I can just throw that in. I can download that from our YouTube. Yeah, I uploaded that privately. Or maybe not. Maybe I made a mistake and uploaded it publicly. I don't know. You tell me. I got a 3-fer here, and all 3 of these games are available on PC in one form or another right now. I think you know what's coming.
Oh, I know exactly what's coming.
The fucking Quake Duke Nukem inspired 90s shooter revolution, Ion Fury, Dusk, and Wrath Aeon of Ruin. Looking forward to all of those on a Switch release.
All of those have Switch versions coming. We just don't know when.
Eventually. Yeah. Especially.
It kind of goes with me, you know. I mentioned this to you before, but I've like at the beginning of the year, I lamented the lack of first-person shooters on the Switch, like proper, decent first-person shooters, especially in terms of single-player content. And throughout the entire rest of this year, we've just gotten a nice, good chunk of, you know, pretty good first-person shooters down. You know, Call of Juarez, Gunslinger. Oh god, what was that one from Gearbox that Gearbox released with Duke Nukem in it? That stars Steve Bloom. Oh god damn it! Fucking...
Hey, it's Ziegling Future again, editing this. The call dropped here, so I have to stitch these 2 parts together. Enjoy the rest of the program.
Well, Kevin, you big dum-dum, it was Bulletstorm you were thinking of.
Oh, right, yeah, gotcha. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Like, we've just gotten a ton of just really good first-person shooter releases over the last, 6 months or something. And I find it amusing it happened right after I complained about the lack thereof.
Yeah.
And, the fact we're getting a bunch of, more classic-styled, like, Quake-esque and Duke Nukem 3D-esque FPSs next year. I am excited.
Some of them literally made in versions of the Quake engine.
Oh yeah, like Ion, like what was it, Ion Fury?
No, Ion Fury is made in ED32.
Yeah, I was about to say like that is actually made in a version of the Duke Nukem 3D engine.
Yeah, Dusk and Aeon of Ruin are made in. I think they're both made in Dark Places, which is a version of Quake 2, I think.
Yeah, they're made in the Quake 2 engine.
Yeah.
Which is amazing to me.
Yeah, and they got some great, especially Aeon of Ruin has some amazing looking aesthetics for such old technology.
Like it's super metal.
Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm looking forward to all those. The shooters. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to. Since we already brought up Nirvana, there's the other one coming up. I think pretty soon, actually. I think next month.
Which one?
Coffee Talk.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yep, that one.
I do find it. I'm not sure if that one's actually influenced by Valhalla or not. But it's kind of cool that we're getting more games of that type.
Yeah, it feels like it might be.
Probably.
Yeah, it's been long enough. Not that I mind, but it is interesting.
Oh yeah, just more stuff of that type is cool.
I think this one's got like a more. It's a contemporary setting, but there's like some fantasy elements to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking forward to Streets of Rage 4. That looks like a beautifully animated beat 'em up.
Oh, absolutely. The thing is, like, not sure if I'm gonna play it, but I'm excited for fans of Streets of Rage.
Yeah.
Like the thing is, like 2D beat 'em ups have not really been my thing a whole lot, especially like slower ones like Streets of Rage.
Yeah.
I think the only like 2D-ish beat 'em up I've liked is Senran Kagura, and that's more of a fast-paced, 2.5D hack and slash sort of thing. So
yeah. Well, we're gonna have to agree to disagree here and look at each other awkwardly. Mission complete. You're excited for Shantae and the Seven Sirens, right?
My boy, you know I am.
I knew, that's why I said that.
I am hard on that Shantae hype train, man.
Yep.
Part of it is already out on Apple Arcade, but like I don't have that.
Yeah.
And I'd rather just play the whole game in one go.
Yep.
Rather than playing half of it and then waiting 6 months.
That was really stupid of them.
Yeah, they are.
That was bad, and you should feel bad.
They're not even going to release it until summer.
Yep.
So all the people who played it early on Apple Arcade, they gotta wait. And you know what? Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe they feel a little good that they got a leg up on the rest of us, but the rest of us are like.
It's not even like Exit the Gungeon where they got the full game early.
Oh yeah.
By the way, looking forward to Exit the Gungeon coming on a platform anyone cares about.
Oy.
It was so funny to me watching the Enter the Gungeon streamers have to pull out their iPads and try to figure out how to stream that. It's just a practical joke.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to Seven Sirens.
Yeah.
Because it says it's going to a more connected overworld, more so similar to the first two games, which is pretty nice.
Yep.
And another big thing is the Seven Sirens. They're all half genies.
Yep.
Up to this point, Shantae's been the only canonical half genie.
Yep.
So that's a pretty big lore thing.
Yeah.
Not like Shantae has especially deep lore or anything. It's mostly here for jokes, but like,
yeah,
if you give a shit about it, that's a pretty big deal.
I get you.
But yeah, Seven Sirens, absolutely.
There's a little ditty I'm looking forward to called Carrion. This is an indie game where it's like a horror film, but you're the monster.
Ooh.
You're like this violent biomass sneaking through the vents of this facility and going through these levels and picking off the scientists and whatnot. It looks like a really fun time.
I like that idea. Wow.
Yeah. Where you get to like mute. I think you get to like mutate yourself to have different abilities, and try to escape captivity or whatever.
Oh boy, it's just like Plague Inc. No.
No. And then you get outside the facility and you realize you're in Greenland, and you're like, "Fuck." Another game I'm looking forward to, you might not have heard of. It's called Vigil: The Longest Night.
Only by name.
It's a it's basically like one of those inspired by Castlevania games, like a more classic Vania feel, I think.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I like me some classic Vania.
Yeah. There are two games I'm really looking forward to for their intricate like lighting and aesthetic and like pseudo 3D implementation of pixel art.
Yeah.
One of them is probably going to come out. It's an adventure game called Backbone. It's like a detective adventure game, but it's like a neo-noir sort of pixel art sort of deal. So that's right up my wheelhouse. And then the other one is like a cyberpunk pixel art deal with like the trailer is amazing because it's got like realistically lit and shaded like it's like the pixel sprites are in 3D and they're like and the environment is like constructed out of pixel art, but like it's also like in 3D. You know, it's almost like a pop-up book, but for like pixel art.
Ooh.
I have to show you the trailer. It's hard to describe, but it looks amazing. Unfortunately, it's called The Last Night, and it's had some weird development issues, so that might not even come out. But if it does, I'm really looking forward to that.
And the name already has an unfortunate
hard to Google problem, yeah.
And an unfortunate sounding similar name to a movie I don't like.
Oh yeah, The Last Night.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just type in like The Last Night game, you'll probably find it.
I don't want to spend too long on this segment. We've been running along anyway.
That's fine. It's just only the things I look forward to most in life.
No. It's fine. Just, keep going.
Okay, but I'm going to pause uncomfortably. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Ori and the Will of the Wisps.
I actually have Ori Definitive on Switch. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I want to complete Hollow Knight first.
I'm looking forward to it because I feel like there's a couple of key areas a sequel could really improve upon.
I think one of the things that I've seen is that it has actual combat.
Yeah, Ori's gonna fucking kick ass. Ori's had enough of your shit. She's gonna fucking kick ass this time. Yeah. Yeah, I think
Ori 2, Ori is fucking pissed.
Ori gets fucking Ori rolls up her sleeves. It's getting serious. Yeah, but just more of that beautiful world and fixing some of the small key issues I had in the first game.
Yeah.
It's really special. Darksiders. This is getting a little. Actually, before that, there's a Metroidvania. There's another traditionally animated Metroidvania that I'm looking forward to. And no, people who found my channel recently, it's not fucking Gleam Light. I'm talking about a game called Greek Memories of Azure, which is another traditionally animated. I think we're assuming Metroidvania based on the trailer.
Yeah, his Gleam Light video is really good, by the way. Check it out.
Yeah. But that's another thing. Look, some unique character designs, and looks like it might be a little bit more story based than most. Oh, you know what I also am looking forward to is Death March Club and more information on the Tokyo Games projects.
They took our games.
Mm-hmm.
Took your games.
I know they won't give them back. Yeah, Death March Club, I think that's going to come out in Japan in like early 2020. I feel. And
hopefully it gets licensed and localized shortly thereafter.
I feel like it will, because I think that was part of the impetus of their whole company, is that they know they have such a fan base overseas.
Right.
By who? Localized by who? I have no idea. But hopefully we get it by the end of the year or next year.
Oh yeah, I mean if it's from the you know, the Danganronpa and ZHP guys or whatever the fuck. Like I'm down for that.
CHP. No,
Eat my ass.
that's not. I'm beyond correcting you at this point.
Yeah, no, dude, I'm tired.
Yeah, but no. Yeah, and some information on their other projects. Kodaka announced a thing with Izanagi Games a few weeks ago, but that's not part of this whole Tokyo Games deal.
Yeah.
Also, that game looks weird. It's a fucking like live action, live motion fucking detective game. Like it's like, what is this? A spiritual successor to fucking Night Trap?
I was about to say the same damn thing.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully the FMVs will look better than Night Trap, but
Oh god, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Using our HD cameras and shit.
Yeah, there's some Switch ports I'm looking forward to. After Party from the these guys made, what was it called? I'm blanking on the name. Oh my god. Oxenfree. They made Oxenfree. This is a game about you and about two friends that I think they fall into such a drinking bender they fall into hell and have to outdrink Satan himself.
Oh my god.
In like hell party games. That sounds like a fun time. A game called Sunless Skies, which is like, I don't even know how to describe that. It's like a resource management crew building exploration game.
Wow.
RPG. It's interesting. It looks really pretty though.
I have to point out, you have so many more games than me. I have 8.
Yeah. And another Switch port I'm looking for, or just console port in general, is Darksiders Genesis, the top-down action RPG spin-off of the Darksiders franchise, which looks really fucking cool, and I'm told is really good. That's coming to all consoles, even to Switch. Hopefully it looks and runs well on Switch, because it looks pretty intense, but you never know.
Fingers crossed. Developers have done some pretty impressive things on Switch as of late. High Witcher 3. So hopefully it runs pretty well.
Yeah, that comes out in February. And then in the big boy camp, and I started off this list making like big boy games, but then like eventually I kind of went down to just shit I forgot about.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to Cyberpunk 2077. That's a big boy game I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
In April. Dying Light 2. This one is written by Chris Avellone, who that almost always gets my attention. Chris Avellone was one of the main writers on Fallout New Vegas. He was also either the only writer or one of the main writers for Prey 2017, which I also really love. Of course, he's also the main writer for Horizon Zero Dawn, so he doesn't have a perfect record or anything, but you know, nobody's perfect. I really like what I've seen of how they're expanding the setting of Dying Light and the factions and the apparently like very impactful choices that determine story branching routes this time. That's interesting in a game this big. And I really liked the gameplay loop of the first game with the scavenging and the repairing your shit and making sure you have the supplies to survive whatever mission you're going on.
Yeah.
It was a really engaging gameplay loop. Are you also perhaps looking forward to Doom Eternal?
Oh boy, yeah. I do like Doom. Sorry. I do like Doom 2016 on Switch. But like, I don't know. Once I reached Hell, I was like getting a little sick of this.
Yeah, it's kind of nonstop.
Yeah, it felt a little bit repetitive and like I don't know. Something about it just kind of lost me. It's not a bad game by any means, but like, you know, it's got its problems. Doom Eternal looks fucking bizarre, fucking bonkers.
I don't even know if I call them problems. You just really got to be in the mood for like nonstop demon killing action.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, I can understand that.
Because like it doesn't offer a whole lot else. You know, you don't really get a break from that, and I don't feel like Eternal is going to be any different in that regard.
I don't know. I guess I was hoping more so for like the more creative labyrinthine levels of the original Doom, and I just got kill waves of enemies and proceed, which is more
it's a lot of arenas.
Yeah, it's more so like a cross between Doom and Serious Sam than a straight Doom game.
Yeah. I like it in a way because when you pick it up, like the action never stops. You get right into it. But then also, if you play it for too long, it just kind of gets. It does get a little monotonous. That's why I played it. When I played through it, I played it in bursts.
Yeah. I'll probably come back to it, but like I don't know. Doom Eternal looks fucking bonkers though.
Yeah.
Like they just made this game so much wilder than the first, and I'm all in for it.
Yeah. This is a game I hope I have a good enough computer to run by the time it comes out, which is Warcraft 3 Reforged.
Ooh, nice.
I'm a Warcraft 3 was one of my seminal games growing up. I probably have more hours in custom Warcraft 3 maps than I have in most games I've ever played.
Well, that'll be fun to revisit in this. What was it, like a remaster?
No, it's a remake.
Ooh.
We're making everything from the ground up.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Looking forward to that if I have the chance to play that. On a smaller note, I guess, I never got to play this as a kid, but I know people are really attached to it, which is why it's getting remade in the first place. But Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated.
Oh my god, that looks really good, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Like I've seen some of the early alpha and beta footage and whatever, and like that is a remake that is coming along extremely nicely.
Yeah, I do like this trend Crash kicked off.
Oh, absolutely! Crash Bandicoot and Sane Trilogy started it. You know, the whole remaking older platformers and whatever with modernized visuals and redesigns.
Yeah.
And I suppose Spyro kind of, you know, helped it along, but
it certainly came second.
Yeah. Yeah, Rehydrated looks like a lot of fun, and I never played the real Battle for Bikini Bottom. I had the PC version, which is a fucking minigame collection.
Is it?
Yes, and it's.
Man, why do you fuck over PC?
Oh god, you got me, dude. Nickelodeon was weird in the early 2000s.
I guess so. Speaking of like remakes, but also this might not be, but it might be, is Oddworld Soulstorm, which might be a remake of Abe's Exodus, but we don't know. They're very vague about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the Oddworld games, although I haven't gone full into them. I played Stranger's Wrath HD, and I've played a bit of New and Tasty, and that's kind of it.
I am looking forward to getting Stranger's Wrath HD early next year on Switch.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then I have some stuff that's again more PC centric, but there's Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 got announced a while ago.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah, which is like that's a legendary CRPG. Despite its horrific production, they managed to turn out one of the most influential CRPGs of all time.
Yeah.
And now somebody's making another one. Hopefully this production goes smoother and like the vision is more full than they got it in the original.
Yeah.
And there's also another Vampire the Masquerade game coming out. This one is even coming to Switch. I think it's like an adventure game called Quarteries of New York.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about, but yeah. I saw that when I was looking online for this list.
Yeah, that was in like the last Nintendo Direct or something.
Yeah,
weird.
and then there's so there's two projects. I don't know if either of these are coming out next year. Maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't know. There's a remake of the first System Shock, and then there's System Shock 3, done by different teams.
Yeah.
That's something I'm looking forward to. Again, I don't know if that's going to be next year or not, though. And then the last one I put is just Psychonauts 2.
For me, I only listed like 8 games.
Yeah, I actually skipped a bunch of them, but go ahead.
Alright, so mentioned Doom Eternal, so mentioned Doom Eternal and Shantae, so I'm not gonna mention those. So we're down to 6.
Yep.
The first one I listed was Trials of Mana.
Oh. Is that a new one, or is that the remake of the second one?
It's a remake of the third one.
You know what I meant.
But yeah, this is better than the remake of Secret of Mana.
Hopefully.
The thing with the remake of Secret of Mana is that it was basically just, beat for beat the original game, but in 3D and slightly less good.
Slightly. You should watch Neryl's video. He tears that remake apart.
Trials of Mana, though, it's like a full-on reimagining of the original game.
Yeah.
They've expanded the world significantly. It's like a full 3D game. It's not one of those like 5D top-down games like the first two Mana remakes.
Yeah.
This one is like full 3D kind of everything, full 3D exploration.
Yeah.
And the thing that gets me about this one is that the combat system, having multiple party members, which you can switch between on the fly, each one has a different ability that you can, utilize to your advantage during battle. There are special moves, there are dodges, there are like super moves that you can do. It's an Ys game.
Yeah.
They basically made it Ys 8, and I love it.
I guess so.
I'm absolutely looking forward to Trials of Mana. This next one, I didn't know about it until the Game Awards, but Maneater looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Because, it's like, this is the best Jaws game.
Yeah, who wants your... Yeah, like, who doesn't want to be a fucking a rapidly mutating shark?
Going around killing people in various over-the-top gruesome ways.
You can evolve into an electro dino shark, and that's just the dream, really. I think video games have peaked at that moment.
It sounds incredible, and I need it in my life. Looking forward to Maneater. This one's coming out in February. It was originally going to come out a couple days before my birthday, but it got pushed back a month so that they could finish it. The Mega Man Zero ZX Legacy Collection.
Oh, yeah.
I actually have Mega Man Zero 3 on Game Boy Advance, but I never played through it much because I was just confused with the storyline because I was missing 2 Zero games.
Yeah.
And I also have the ZX, but, it was about the same problem.
See, I played both ZX games when I was younger. They were fun.
I'm looking forward to this because they're adding a bunch of like they're adding a lot of really good quality of life improvements here. They're remastering all of the original audio. They're using the original recording tracks, so instead of having like, you can switch on the fly between like the super compressed crackly DS audio for the ZX games
if you want to,
and the actual studio recordings.
Yeah.
So that
sounds like a situation like Disgaea 4 was like, you can have the shitty graphics if you want, and then nobody does.
It's like a big ass upgrade. I love it. And it's one of those things where, for each of the legacy collections that comes out and does well, another legacy collection for another Mega Man series gets released.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that Capcom has been focusing on going through the chronology of the classic series, going from classic to X to Zero to ZX. So they're going to have to start with the spin-offs next, and if they're going in chronological order, Legends is next.
Yeah.
And I am so down for Legends Legacy Collection.
See, everything I've ever heard about the Legends games tells me they're shit, though.
Yeah, if you think that, then, I can't keep you from thinking that.
I don't think that. I'm just telling you that's what everyone I've ever met thinks.
I don't know. I've never had an issue. Like, I love the Legends games. I think they're good.
Alright.
But, yeah, looking forward to that. This one, oh man, this is probably the most fascinating one. Digimon Survive.
Yeah.
Because something interesting about Digimon is that the general aim of the Digimon franchise has skewed much older in the last few years.
Yeah.
Towards general older gamers and older fans of Digimon.
Yeah.
And Digimon Survive has a really fascinating premise. It's a tactical RPG, sort of Fire Emblem-esque in that regard.
Yeah.
Like somewhere around there. Reading directly off the Wikipedia page, player choices influence the direction of the story, including the Digimon's digivolution process. Multiple playthroughs can result in different paths and different digivolutions. The game will feature multiple endings, and should wrong choices be made, characters will be killed. That's really dark, really fascinating, and I have no idea how this game
I can't believe they made Digital Devil Saga 3.
Hey, if you want to call it that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Digimon Survive.
Yeah.
I'm jazzed for that one.
Yeah.
I think that's coming out early next year as well, so early 2020, looking pretty lit. The next one, we don't have any real information on it yet, even though it was announced like really early this year. Rune Factory 5.
Oh yeah.
I fucking love Rune Factory. And the series has been dormant for almost a decade now. I think Rune Factory 4 came out in like 2010, 2011 or something. No,
Yeah.
2013. No, 2013. It's been a little more recently, but like for 7 or 8 years or whatever, it's been dormant as a franchise.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, they announced Rune Factory 5 was in development. And I was one of like 5 people on the internet that flipped their shit.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, Rune Factory 5! Ah! But, I hate whisper shouting. But yeah, I can't wait to learn more about that one.
Yeah.
And the last one, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Oh my god, I love
half your list is re-releases.
But you know what? They're good-ass re-releases. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive, besides you named the other original games that I wanted.
Yeah, that's fair.
Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive. I still hold that the first game is a gorgeous game. I still think that is a good-looking game. It's just that it's a good-looking game that clearly runs on the Wii.
Yeah.
And everything that I've seen of the HD remake, it's a remake, so
Yeah.
you know, don't get confused here. Everything that I've seen of the HD remake / remaster looks utterly beautiful. Like it's what Xenoblade was. It's what I imagine Xenoblade looked like in the developers' minds when they made it.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And they're adding new areas that were cut during development of the original game. So like the Bionis, I believe the Bionis shoulder is one of them. So we're going to be getting like a massively expanded game, more so than any of the previous releases.
Yeah.
Like when they say definitive, they fucking mean it.
Yeah.
And
Definitive
you know,
as fuck you. Definitive AF edition.
yeah, I want Xenoblade Definitive yesterday.
Yeah.
I need it in my life. Yeah, I didn't really have too much to say about many of these, so yeah, it's just really talking about like. It doesn't seem like I have a lot to say, but Zeke, I'm looking forward to half the shit Zeke wants to play. So
Yeah.
it kind of evens out here.
That happens sometimes.
So, did you have anything for anime?
Yeah. As soon as any chart will fucking load. I think I typed in the URL wrong.
Well, I think I can start.
Yeah, you go ahead and start.
I'll go over the 3 that you do not want to see.
Okay, go ahead.
Or rather, the 3 that you're not going to see right away. Or maybe you won't watch it. I don't know. I kind of folded anime, movies, and TV shows into the same category here, and I came down with 5 because the thing with a lot of anime is you don't get announcements for them until shortly before they air.
Yeah.
The first one is Made in Abyss: Dawn of the Deep Soul.
Right.
if you'll remember, Made in Abyss is my second favorite anime of this decade.
Right. I remember that from 2 episodes ago.
Or at the very least, it's up there.
Yeah.
And any chance to cry in a theater, I will take. Wait, that sounded terrible.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I just want to see where the story goes. I've been keeping away from the manga because I just love the execution of the anime in terms of its art direction and music.
Yeah.
Especially because Kevin Pink is a fucking amazing composer. And I just want to see what Kinema Citrus can do on a theatrical scale. So, that's a big one I'm looking forward to. I've heard the arc from the manga that Dawn of the Deep Soul adapts is incredible, and I'm not about to, argue anybody on that one. It probably is.
Yeah.
So there's that. I'm interestingly looking forward to the new anime for Sorceress Stabber Orphan.
Did you say that again?
Sorceress Stabber Orphan?
Huh. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's like this old 90s light novel series that's gotten multiple anime adaptations over the years.
And I've heard of none of them.
And this is like the newest adaptation. I don't know if it's going to start. It's starting in January. I don't know if it's going to be a new adaptation completely or if it's following up on previous seasons. But I'm hoping to check it out. Ideally. Yeah. That would be cool. And the third one I'm mentioning here is Sailor Moon Eternal.
Yeah.
Which is the adaptation of the 4th arc of the manga. It's really just Sailor Moon Crystal Season 4. And
yeah, basically.
Any chance I have to see Sailor Moon in the theater, I will take. Because I don't know what it is, but watching Sailor Moon in the theater is...
Oh, it's a movie.
Yeah, it's a 2-part movie series.
Yeah.
Any chance to see Sailor Moon in the theater, I will take.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, something about watching Sailor Moon in the theater just feels. I don't know. I like how it feels to watch Sailor Moon in the theater. It's just something about it. I do not know what it is.
Yeah, that's an esoteric mood if I ever heard one.
Well, I mean, it is a mood.
It is definitely a mood.
So those are the 3 I'm looking forward to that you're probably not going to watch.
Nope.
So, what about you?
Oh, didn't you have ones that... Don't you have some that I might watch?
Magia Record.
Yeah, I might watch that.
Yeah, that's coming out next month. Apparently that's going to be a 2-core.
Yeah, twice the shit. I'm very pessimistic, but we'll see.
Maybe it'll be good. I'm hoping it's good. I'll probably be good.
Maybe.
But
it won't be as good as Haikyuu. No, I don't give a shit about Haikyuu.
Allison just barges in. Did someone say Haikyuu?
I wouldn't. She can't. She doesn't have access to this chat. We're safe.
Right. ReZero Season 2.
Yeah, ReZero Season 2. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, went over that one already. And this was announced just yesterday, or was it today? The Promised Neverland Season 2.
Yeah, that's coming next October.
It's going to take a while, and I'm a little upset by that.
I swear, like early on, they said winter, and now it's all the way in October. And I'm like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, I don't know. Just whatever.
I didn't finish Season 1, though, so I should probably do that. But
you should probably wait until it's about time and then rewatch the whole thing anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
I did finish it and it was pretty dope, and I want more. I'm not getting more fast enough, so I'm going to go complain about it on twitter.com. Anyway, as for stuff in winter, I'm not going to go through every little thing that seems interesting just because time. Yeah. But here's some highlights, as it were. There's a show called Samali Tomori no Kami-sama, which is about a world ruled by mystical creatures where humans are persecuted to the point of extinction.
Watch if Crunchyroll licenses that and gives it a weird ass English name.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. but it's about a golem who meets a lone human orphan, and they form like a parent-child bond, but the golem only has like 100 days to live or something. And it seems like a really emotional show I might get into.
Oh wow, I can't wait for the... Oh man, I didn't know they were making an anime of The Last Guardian.
Yeah, I saw some PVs of it and it looks really interesting.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I might check out the Nekopara anime just to see what that's all about.
Oh my god, Nekopara. Cat girls. Cute cat girls.
Yeah.
Get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Psycho Freak wants me to check out Kyoko Suri, which I will, but like I don't know what he sees in it. Let's hope it's good.
I thought you were gonna call him Psychopath, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I actually did not watch Psychopaths 3 when it was airing. There was just too much stuff for me to keep up with.
Yeah, understandable.
I couldn't go out of my way to watch those the Sinners of the System trilogy.
Yeah,
especially because I kept waiting for like better subs to come out, and they never have. At some point, I'm gonna bite the bullet, but like not right now.
Yeah.
When I get a slow season, I'll do that. I did watch the movie though. The movie's all right.
Okay.
Anyway, another thing I'm looking forward to is Jibaku Shonen Hanako-kun, which is it's some kind of comedy series based on the Hanako-san Girls Toilet, that the whole legend.
Yeah.
But like it's actually a boy in this one. It's some kind of prince. Or no, I'm sorry, I'm reading that wrong. Grants anyone a wish for a price. Okay. But what draws me to this one is that not only is the manga it's based on complete and relatively short, but the art style from this poster also is really appealing to me. So I'm hoping this is one of those shows I can talk about being underrated in the future. I mean, maybe this is the next Hamatora or something. Like here's the here I'm gonna DM you the key visual. I really love this art style. It's so cute and colorful.
Oh my god, I love it.
Yeah, I really like this art style.
So cute and squishy.
Yeah, hopefully it's good. Hopefully 10 years from now I'll tell you that it was underrated. I'm getting Hamatora vibes, like it might be one of those shows. I might only rate it a 7.5, but it's a memorable 7.5. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Need more shows like that. Nope. These all suck. Fuck you. There's that one. I don't know if I'll watch this, but it's called 22/7. It's that one by A1 Pictures that looks like it's KyoHeni, but it's not. I don't know if I'm watching that. I just wanted to point that out. That show looks exactly like KyoHeni, but it's not. It's fucking with my brain.
Reminds me of like Soto no Woto or whatever.
Yeah.
In that it looks like Kaon. But
right. Right. Re:Zero Season 2, obviously, and I'm going into spring. The Brand New Animal by Trigger. Usually, whenever Trigger makes something, you gotta at least pay attention.
Yeah.
Oh
my god, brand new anime I'm looking forward to strictly because the main character is furry Aoi Asahina.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have never felt so targeted.
Yeah. Was one of those people that's just like, oh man, they're saving anime, the gods at Trigger, because they've had their duds, but like whenever they make something, it's so passionate and unique, you gotta at least pay attention to it.
Oh yeah, like fucking like not everything they make is as good as like Little Witch Academia or Kill la Kill, but you get stuff like Gridman. It's pretty good.
I don't like Gridman as much as most people. But, yeah. Speaking of which, they're making more Gridman, which confuses the fuck out of me because of how that season ended, but whatever. And then sometimes they make shows that only I like Kisniver. And then sometimes they make Ninja Slayers and nobody fucking cares. So they're a toss-up, but when they get it right, it's something to behold.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Man. I will forever be like. I think my favorite work from them really is Little Witch Academia. Like, everyone goes nuts over Kill la Kill, but like, Little Witch Academia, like it kind of settles into this nice little niche for me.
Yeah.
In terms of its overall tone and its mood.
I've never seen it.
Oh man, you really should. Check out the OVAs first and then do the TV series.
They took the OVAs off Netflix, though, didn't they?
I know they did, and I hate it.
Yeah. You think it's
Enchanted Parade is so fucking good. Dude.
You think there's enough for us to do a show on it, or is it just is it more of a comedy and there's not a whole lot to talk about?
No, I think there's plenty for us to do a show on, especially with the TV series.
Well, duh. I wasn't gonna just do it on the OVAs.
But yeah, there's plenty for us to do a show on.
Yeah, I might add it to the list. In spring, I haven't actually watched today's episode, but the second half of No Guns Life is in spring, and I've been really liking that. Finally, some good fucking sci-fi anime. It's been too long. And it's like dystopian diesel punk or something a close approximation to that.
Ooh.
I'm really liking it. I would highly recommend No Guns Life, airing now and then, but also now, but also then. But anyway, on to shit that doesn't have a confirmed date. The stuff that we don't know when the fuck is dropping. Kaguya-sama Season 2. I binged the first season after it aired, just because Reddit wouldn't stop telling me how good it was, and I was like, yeah, this shit's fucking hilarious, and the directing is so good for a comedy series. I'm a fan of Kaguya-sama now, so I'd like some more of that, please. Hopefully the official subs don't suck this time, because that was what took me so long, is I kept waiting for these slow ass actually good fan subs.
Oh man!
So I didn't finish it until like last month, and that aired in like spring or summer, something like that. No, I think spring.
Like
yeah. They announced. Oh, by the way, you looking forward to the second season of Dragon Maid? Did you watch that?
The thing is, I'm not sure if Dragon Maid's actually going to come out.
Why not?
The director died.
Oh right. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I was gonna say it's still listed here, but then again, we got shit like Girls' Life here, Girls' Work here, that's never been taken off, and it's clearly not happening.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to talk about Maid Dragon right now. That kind of depresses me.
All right, fine. I mean, it seemed like an uplifting show that would make people happy, but whatever.
I mean, it normally would be.
Looking forward to season 2 of Dr. Stone.
Season 2 of Weed Man.
Yeah, Dr. Stone is so good. It's really unique for a shonen series, and like it's got a lot of humor and heart to it, and it's one of the best ensemble casts I've seen in a while. Once you get past a certain point,
it's the best Johnny Test anime.
Yeah, Okay, if you're not gonna take it, I'll just move on.
I'm joking. Yeah, no. Dr. Stone.
Yeah, once you get to the village and like all the villagers are introduced, it's such a great ensemble cast. It's one of my favorites I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that one pretty soon too.
We should talk about it on the podcast.
Since I have the time to watch shows that I haven't been able to watch in the last year, like I'm gonna watch stuff like Dr. Stone now.
Yeah. Did you watch Cells at Work? There's another one of those coming soon.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I saw Cells at Work, yeah.
Another thing to keep them from working on JoJo. Speaking of things that keep them from doing JoJo, they haven't been super clear on their plans yet, but they ordered 48 episodes of Fire Force. So I think after this core, they're probably going to stop because, who's going to do 4 cores in a row, right?
Yeah.
And then it's probably going to air like a second half, unless they cancel it, which they might, but they might not. I hope they don't, because I really love Fire Force.
Yeah, Fire Force is doing well in the West. It's just bombing hard in Japan.
Yeah, hopefully we show them what's what, because I definitely want more Fire Force. Because oh my god, the animation and the directing and the characters and the world, I really love it.
This is why Fire Force is so fucking good that it makes Zeke's dick rock hard.
That should be a video at some point. Were you the guy who was into Is the Order a Rabbit, or is that Cube?
I think that's Cuba.
Yeah, it's Cube. There's a third season of that with 3 question marks.
Is the Order a rabbit?
I'm not gonna stop asking until you answer me.
It's like it's just getting more perturbed with every new season.
Just shaking a fucking half-dead corpse. This reminds me of that scene with Velvator. It's like, answer me! You can't die until you answer me! Oh yeah, they're making... This is something that could either be a piece of shit or hype as fuck. Blade Runner Black Lotus, which is apparently 13 episodes long.
Oh yeah. Oh god, that reminds me. That and Uzumaki.
Oh, is that the? Is that from the creator Bokurano?
No, it's Junji Ito work.
No, I swear that was the name of like the Mon story from the guy who made Bokurano.
No.
I don't think he has an anime.
No. There's, if I remember correctly, both Blade Runner Black Lotus is going to be a Crunchyroll co-production, and it's going to air on Adult Swim. But Uzumaki is a straight up Adult Swim co-production. So,
is Black Lotus also going to be on Crunchyroll, or do I have to fucking pirate this shit?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's going to be on Crunchyroll.
Yeah, I didn't know it was going to be like a full 13 episode production. I thought it was just going to be like an OVA.
Well, they did make an OVA, 20.
Oh yeah, that's right.
2048 Blackout or something.
I heard nobody talk about that, so I don't know how good that is.
Me neither. I need to check it out. But first, I need to watch Blade Runner 2049.
Yeah, I haven't seen 2049 either.
I've heard it's really fucking good.
I rented it from the library and then I was too busy and didn't see it.
Yeah,
Same with Shazam.
Yeah, maybe it's something that I'll pick up one of these. I'm probably gonna pick it up like right before Blackout.
I also didn't watch My Life as Zucchini or whatever that film was. I did watch Isle of Dogs though. That's really good.
Yeah, like I have not seen either that or Fantastic Mr. Fox, and I'm looking forward to both.
Yeah. PA Works has a new original in the works called Apare Ranman. It's like a fucking Wild West racing steam racer fucking thing with samurai and like steampunk wizards and shit.
Well, shit, they just got fed up and made their own Steel Ball Run, didn't they?
That's what we said, yeah. Fuck it, we'll make our own Steel Ball Run with hookers and blackjack. In fact, forget Steel Ball Run. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. PA Works are also pretty hit and miss, but when they get it right, they make Nagi no Asukara and make my dick rock hard. Ironically, I'm also really looking forward to Kaifuku Jutsushi no Yarinaoshi. Hold on. I gotta do that. I gotta get my weeb cred back. Kaifuku Jutsushi no Yarinaoshi. The fucking rapey Sakai that's somehow getting an anime.
Oh god damn it, no.
I am looking forward to the massive quantities of butthurt the internet that will ripple throughout the internet.
Oh my god. I'm probably not even gonna like the anime, but I'm gonna love the discourse.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm gonna watch it, but I'm gonna love watching other people watch it.
Oh my god, people are gonna be so fucking mad.
Oh god, it's gonna be glory. It's gonna be Shield Hero times 10. It's gonna be great.
Oh god, Shield Hero.
The entire when this was announced, the entire thread was like, "This is the end of Annie Twitter."
Oh jeez.
So that's a thing I am ironically looking forward to.
I oh my god, same. I forgot about that, but now I need it.
Yep. There's something else. I'm going through the fucking, the TVA section.
Yeah, I want to get my 4 American movies out of the way.
Go ahead. You talk about that. I'll look for more things.
I'm looking forward to the Sonic the Hedgehog movie.
Oh.
I already explained why in the first segment, so I'm not going to dwell on it too much. But what I will say, this movie probably isn't going to be carried by its plot or its script. It's mostly going to be carried by the performances.
Yeah.
And everything about Ben Schwartz as Sonic and Jim Carrey as Dr. Robotnik is just, it seems like the perfect mix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, it just kind of feels right that Jim Carrey is Robotnik. It's a very different Robotnik, but like, he's having a lot of fun with it, and
Yeah. You want to have fun having fun with it.
Yeah.
Have fun because he's having fun. Yeah.
Of course I want a latte. I love the way you make them! And of course, Sonic's new design is fucking adorable, dude.
Yeah.
He's so cute now.
Yeah, what's another movie you're looking forward to?
Artemis Fowl.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a summer movie next year.
Ah, it's actually happening, huh?
Yeah, like the teaser trailers came out like a couple of months ago.
We could do an entire we won't, but we could do an entire episode on the long storied troubled production history of trying to make an Artemis Fowl movie.
Oh my god, they've been trying to do that for like 15 years.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But yeah, Disney finally got the let out there.
Yep.
I'm hoping it's good.
Yeah, I mean, I like Artemis Fowl. I hope it's okay.
I'm pretty jazzed for Onward. The speaking of Disney,
Yeah.
I'm pretty jazzed for Onward.
Yeah, Onward looks great.
Oh man,
I don't know enough about Soul at this point to really say either way, but Onward looks pretty great.
Yeah, and the one that I have the most to say about is Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's the one we know the least about.
Yeah.
But
Look,
like,
it's got Paul Rudd and Finn Wolfhard in a movie. I'm gonna go see it.
here's the thing: look, I'm the guy who went and saw Paul Feig Ghostbusters movie and didn't hate it.
I mean, we all make mistakes.
I reasonably enjoyed myself.
It's okay to be wrong.
But god damn it, this movie looks so much better.
Yeah.
This movie was just... A lot of people, like, there are some people who are apprehensive or straight up, like, just not into this because it's basically being billed as, like, Ghostbusters meets Stranger Things.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Stranger Things is itself a massive extended homage to the 80s and movies like Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Stuff like Ghostbusters, Gremlins, The Goonies.
I think some people's problem, like what Chris's problem was, is that it's not comedic enough. It doesn't seem like it is. But I'm like, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this new interpretation.
Yeah, no, I'm like, as long as it's good and it. The thing is, I understand that it being a sequel to the original movies.
Yeah.
Like, I do understand that. But at the same time, if it respects the source material in terms of its lore and how it treats the characters, because all of the original Ghostbusters casts that are still alive are coming back.
Yeah.
Like, Bill Murray's on board.
Yep.
Finally.
And look, man, I'd rather it not be a comedy than be a shitty comedy like the Paul Feig one.
Yeah, I think it's a tactical move to kind of... It's probably a tactical move to distance itself from the Feig film.
Yeah.
Kind of treating the material a bit more seriously.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we don't know much, but what we do know is really fascinating. Something I really like about the trailer is it heavily implies that the main character, who is female, by the way, so
Are they?
Yeah, she is.
I guess I was too busy focusing on Rudd and Wolfhard in that trailer. I gotta watch that again.
Yeah, she's apparently the granddaughter of Egon Spengler, Harold Ramis's character.
Wow.
Because
that basically makes her human Violet, which means I hate her already.
Right. But yeah, like, if they're gonna, honestly, if they're gonna meaningfully honor Harold Ramis in any way and also, kind of do a passing of the torch thing, that is actually a really brilliant way of doing it by actually making it a literal cross-generational story.
Yeah.
And passing the ghost busting onto a newer, younger team of Ghostbusters. I do really like that concept.
Yeah.
And just everything about that trailer, from its, the visuals and, the reverence it held. That trailer had an amazing reverence for the original film.
Yeah.
It just showed an amazing amount of respect for what came before it.
I don't have such deep thoughts. I just really like Paul Rudd.
and honestly, that speaks volumes about how this movie's being treated. Yeah. Even compared to Paul Feig's Ghostbusters movie.
Some might say especially compared.
It's more so a passion project this time around, and I'm all for that.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see it. I'm definitely gonna catch that one in theaters when it releases.
Speaking of Violet, I am looking forward to DuckTales season 3 whenever the fuck that airs.
DuckTales, oh my god. That's gonna. I'm wondering how that's gonna go on to Disney Plus. So is it gonna go on Disney Plus?
Oh, it's absolutely gonna go on Disney Plus.
But are they gonna add the new episodes a couple days after they air, or?
That's what they were doing with their existing Disney Now service. So.
Because if so, I can much more easily, keep up with it.
Oh, you have a Disney Plus?
My brother-in-law does, and I use their account.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I need to watch The Mandalorian.
That's some good info. You have Disney Plus.
You're probably not going to use it, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go be sad.
I appreciate the I appreciate the attempt.
Yep.
But it's not my account.
Okay. Anyway. Well, however, that's okay. I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. I'll watch fucking someone's mega upload link at 3 a.m.
That's the spirit.
Yeah.
So
I gotta have some reason to stay on the DuckTales Discord.
Any other anime?
Oh, right. I was supposed to be looking for
that. Yeah, sorry about that. I just had a lot to say about Ghostbusters Afterlife.
That's fine. That's fine as hell, my man.
I like Ghostbusters. Also, they better bring back Ecto Cooler again. I need that back in my system.
That's dangerously close to a discontinued soda brand, and you don't want me to talk about those anymore.
That's true.
Oh, they're making more of the that thing you like.
Which thing I like?
There's 2 different Megazone 23 projects.
Oh yeah, they were supposed to make. The thing is,
it's a remake and another thing.
Yeah, there's a remake and a sort of sequel reimagining thing that they're doing, but I don't know if those are actually going to come out because all we know about them are they were kickstarted, or whatever Japanese version of Kickstarter there was, and that was successful.
Punch beginner.
But the crowdfunding campaign for those in Japan were successful, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So I am looking forward to those if those get off the ground. I don't know if it's going to be next year though, because there's so little we know about them.
Yeah.
But at the very least, there is some level of production headway that's been made on them. Yeah. So who knows? Maybe it'll come out next year.
Also coming out next year is the Kimetsu no Yaiba movie. Really looking forward to that.
Oh, they're making a movie?
Yeah.
Dude, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Yes, we've talked about this.
Dude, fucking Utotable movies, man.
You asked me if I was going to go see it, and I said, yeah, if there's a sub release, yeah, sure.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, I feel stupid now.
Yeah. Stupid. Go watch Kimetsu no Yaiba and cure yourself of stupidity.
Yeah, that's the next 3 anime I'm planning on watching. Fire Force, Kimetsu no Yaiba, and Dr. Stone.
Oh, I love you right now. I've almost forgiven you for not giving me Disney Plus access.
The only way you'll fully forgive me is if I finish Hollow Knight.
Yeah, then I can finally watch Made in Abyss.
We've made an agreement.
Yep. Yeah, you say
there.
Agreement, I say more
all there.
Pact.
A little bit.
Yeah. Oh god, fucking. Also, tomorrow,
what?
tomorrow.
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow is the first day of Jump Fest, you stupid fuck.
Oh! Oh shit, motherfucker! Oh god! Oh fuck! Oh, fuck.
I like how we just turned into a fucking Egoraptor cartoon for 5 seconds. Kevin, I have a question. Are you ready for Halo Reach?
Ready? Ready doesn't even fucking describe it!
Oh yeah, put it in!
Oh yeah, put it in! Put it in! Yeah, yeah,
So good! Everyone, please go watch Awesome Reach. It's a monument to humanity. Anyway, tomorrow is the first day of Jump Force, so that means some potential announcements.
The first day of what now?
Not Jump Force. Jump Festa, which will probably contain Jump Force announcements, whether anyone cares or not. But what is absolutely getting announced tomorrow at around 9 p.m. is Yu-Gi-Oh! 7.
Oh man, that's gonna be fun for you.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna make a video on why everyone's wrong about it.
Isn't this like the first time that they've had a hiatus?
No, but this is the longest.
Like what, 6 months or something?
Yeah, Vrains ended a while ago, and this one's probably not going to air until next spring. At that, maybe even not until next fall if they want to keep the same time slot.
Damn.
Because that fucking whatever basketball anime that took its place is a 4-core. So
right.
if they want to keep that time slot, they might wait until next fall. I don't think so though. They don't have a problem switching time slots. I think every series since Zexal 2 is a different time slot. But no, they took a 1-month break after Arc 5 because of how fucking rushed the pre-production for Vrains was. They just needed that extra month to even get a fucking show off the ground. But they ended Vrains early here. They haven't said as much, but we all kind of know that it's because they need to get their production schedule back on track. So they're going to have an extra long pre-production for Yu-Gi-Oh! 7, which should make it look dope as fuck. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they cook up there at Studio Gallop, and NAS, and Konami.
I'm hoping that for the new Jump Festo we get information on the next Dragon Ball project.
We might. I forget if there's a Dragon Ball panel or not.
Yeah.
I mean, there probably is, but that doesn't tell you anything because it's such a huge franchise. Everything's always happening.
Yeah.
They'll just be like, "Here's some new fucking Xenoverse DLC. Are people still playing Xenoverse? I don't know. Here's some more." You know.
Apparently, it's going to be a new movie.
Huh.
Which is disappointing. I was hoping for another season of the show, but like,
it's very not disappointing for Funimation's bank account.
oh my god, Broly fucking killed it at the box office. They can just do that again.
Yep. That might be why. I don't know. Is the future Dragon Ball movies? I don't know. Maybe. Probably.
Yeah, I'd watch it.
Yeah. I don't know what else they're gonna announce at Jump Fest. I'm hoping Kimetsu no Yaiba season 2, but they might not do that until after the movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
They kind of blew their load by already announcing Dr. Stone season 2 and Promise Neverland date. So
Right.
I don't know what else they're gonna talk about.
But might get some, I don't know, maybe some One Piece stuff.
Yeah, there might be some new like manga series getting adapted.
Oh, they might. No, maybe they'll announce a new One Piece TV special or something. Because like with One Piece, they kind of have this like semi-biannual schedule with the movies, where it's like 1 year they do a movie, then they do a couple TV specials, then they do a movie. Like it used to be a movie every single year, but my connection fucking bitched out on me, didn't it?
Action pornography.
Okay, there it is.
That'd be insane.
What would be insane? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not saying it again. It's funnier if I don't.
Okay.
Look, me and the audience are having a great time. I don't know about you.
Looking forward to Jump Fest, and you did mention Megazone 2-3. If any,
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. I don't know.
if
I'm not sure
either of those, if either of
Oh,
those
I'm
Megazone
almost
projects-
upset. that we did it today because if we did it, well, I guess if we did it tomorrow, I'd be so distracted by Yu-Gi-Oh news I wouldn't be able to focus. Not that we focused much on today's episode.
Yeah, for numerous reasons.
Yeah. That being said, the audience learned a lot about vintage retro sodas, so they're really... There's going to be a quiz after this. Hope everyone studied for that.
Oh boy, I can't wait to listen back to this episode and hear you not shit talk me. I know what you do.
You know, the one thing I should... Excuse me for a moment.
Why is there smoke coming out of your computer?
Oh, that's steam from the steamed clams we're having.
I see.
Can I see it?
No.
Just the deliverer's like, no. Ah, fuck. Anyway, I think that's the show.
Yeah, I can't think of anything more.
Yeah, I'm getting the distinct impression that may in fact be the show.
It's the second messiest episode we've ever done.
But I had fun.
I had fun.
Yeah. As long as we're having fun, it's all good. That's the Baka Gaijin show difference, okay? We're raw and uncircumcised.
We're bigger, longer, and uncut.
Exactly. Baka Gaijin show, bigger, longer, uncut. You know, what you see, it's what you get. And what you get is raw and uncircumcised. Man, they should, instead of like an uncut edition, they should do uncircumcised edition. It means the same thing.
True.
Yep. That's the show. That's the Baka Gaijin show. You can find our You can find our Twitter handles or our Twiddle handers, one of the two, on the end slate. Please consider joining the Baka Gaijin show Discord server below. We always like to have more new blood in the community, as it were. And I forgot. I gotta get better at remembering to talk regularly. Anyway, we will see you on the next episode of the Baka Gaijin show, where we're going to be tackling some unusual subject matter.
Yes.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to like sign off.
I'm Kevin. What do I fucking do?
Good enough. Thank you for listening to the Baka Gaijin show.
Zeke freak out. Ciao for now. You see, I actually forgot to say that, so I had to edit it in post. And now I've ruined it. No!